And a very good afternoon and welcome to you all. Henley Women's Regatta 2021, and it is the first of the side-by-side racing. This is race number 14 that's presently on the start, which is the Aspirational Club 8s on the Berkshire Station Furnival, and on the Buckinghamshire Station it's Thames Rowing Club A.
And we're expecting some fantastic racing here today. We finally made it to Henley Women's and we have these crews lined up, ready to start doing battle down the course. Furnival here, celebrating the 125th year for the club. So we'll no doubt be looking for a good performance in this first one.
And you can see the crews just getting themselves settled. Furnival are nearest to the camera on the towpath side. Thames Rowing Club A over on the far side there, next to the Temple of Temple Island. So this, as I say, the first side-by-side race of the regatta. Glorious weather here. Forecast had it down as being a bit wet and possibly even a bit windy, but it really is very, very pleasant here. So the waterproofs at the moment can stay in the car.
Yeah, it's cracking conditions for everyone to be watching and racing. And thank goodness, it's been such a long time we've been waiting to be back here, to be out on the course. It's a fantastic first day for us all to be down here, watching these two crews getting ready as they come forward now and get ready for those first 10 strokes to blast off the line.
There was a time trial this morning for the Aspirational Club 8, 17 crews took to the water, 16 qualified. But looking at the draw now, the next race up will be Agecraft and Thames, and then Twickenham and Bristol. And they're off, underway. And it's Thames that look to have the early lead.
Yeah, striking high there from both crews. Exactly what you want in that first round. Just get a nice clean start, get your nose out in front. Start letting the adrenaline wear off just a little bit and then try and control the race as soon as you can. But a strong start there from Thames, going out to past half a length already, starting to look like they're already well in control of this race.
And some fantastic drone images. You can see the layout of the regatta a bit different this year. So they're going through what is, this time around, the enclosures, and Thames look to have pushed out to about a length.
Yeah, this Thames crew final both days at Met, so surely one of the favourite crews here, racing the Aspirational Club 8s, and already looking strong onto a cracking rhythm there, out to one length over on that Furnival crew.
And I think from this drone shot you can get a layout of this 1500 metre course, starting up at Temple Island, now going through what is known as the barrier, past the Remenham Church and the offices, and that's just about coming up to the halfway mark.
I think this year you will have seen off the start we've got a slightly shorter course with the state boats now just level with the start of the booms. So it does mean the start of the race is going to be even more important. You need to be able to get out in front, get onto that rhythm nice and quickly and try and control the race early doors, which Thames have done here excellently, and now extending that lead out by clear water over Furnival, and reaching to see Martin how that plays out the rest of the day with these fast starts.
Yeah, we were talking earlier before we went on air and just said how much racing have these crews had. I mean, clearly over the last year the answer to that would be, well, not a great deal. However, the racing that some of them have had has been very, very different to this side-by-side, almost intimidating course here at Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, and I think we can throw the form books out at the moment because, as you say, there's not been that much racing. But I also think people are going to be getting faster and faster as we go through the season. So I think the moment it's wide open for who can take any of these events, which is cracking for all of us to watch over the next couple of days.
And as the leading 8 here move down the course, you can see Old Blades. That's another landmark just on the left-hand side. So they're probably now about 2/3 of the way down the course, heading towards the enclosure, which is Upper Thames Rowing Club, and the finish down there by Remenham Club.
Yeah, this will be the perfect start for Thames. This will be what they've practiced for, what they've thought about this morning. Able to get out to that 2 or 3 lengths of clear water, drop the rate down and just control the race. And they'll want to finish this off well, but have half an eye already on the next round and start getting the recovery in. So yeah, pretty solid rowing from Thames, to say the least, and they'll be looking good for the next round or two, I would say at least.
So 3.5 minutes into the race, and it is Thames Rowing Club A with a decent lead now over Furnival. Approaching Upper Thames Rowing Club there just on the left-hand side with one of those pop-up restaurants that's popped up, I suppose. Heading now towards the finish, and they've taken the rate down here. They're saving their energy for a couple of more days of racing.
Yeah, cracking work from Furnival as well. They're keeping that rate high, aggressively trying to close the gap down, which is exactly what you want to see from your crews, racing it all the way in. But Thames, looks like they've got this now, right down through the gears, and they will be going through to the next round. And at the same time, race 2 has just leapt off the blocks.
And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see there Agecroft Rowing Club and Thames Rowing Club C crew. Thames Rowing Club C on the picture there, crew number 39. There on the Buckinghamshire station, on the Berkshire station, it is Agecroft.
Looks like we've got some close steering from the crews already, and Agecroft taking that early lead out of Thames. Exactly what we saw Thames lead to Furnival just a few minutes ago. This Agecroft crew is great to see them racing here. Half of this crew are all AHS doctors. It's obviously a massive thank you to them and everything they've been doing for us over the last 16 months or so. And of course, being in the northwest, they've experienced harsher lockdowns than other areas of the country, so they've done nearly all of their training virtually over the last year, only getting out in the boat in the very recent weeks and months. So great to have them here, great to have this crew here. And again, they're having a great race, getting out to over a length, moving on to that clear water over Thames Sea.
And they're just passing our commentary position, and it is just over a length as they pass me. Agecroft leading Thames and moving now down towards the Remenham Church, just behind the trees there, and moving out to a couple of lengths. So really good start there from Agecroft. Thames Rowing Club C digging deep now, seeing if they can close that gap as they head down towards what is pretty much the halfway mark.
Yeah, looking like Agecroft just starting to take that rate down already now, as they've got control of this race. And great to see. I think we're going to be in for some cracking finals as we move on through this event. We've got some crews, particularly the first 2 races, we've seen crews with fast starts, which is going to be fantastic to watch with this slightly shorter course this year. But yeah, Agecroft well in control. Thames still sticking with it, trying to do what they can to claw back the lead there.
Henley Women's Regatta 2021, we are up and racing. The first race was won by Thames Rowing Club A, and the second race, race number 15, is Agecroft against Thames Rowing Club C. Next up will be Twickenham against Bristol City. To get the results of the races, then please do go online and you'll get the times and you can see the draw there and how it will pan out. So Agecroft taking this one home, and you can see here at the start we have the next race, Twickenham, Berkshire Station, nearest to the bank, and Bristol City over in the middle of the river. And absolutely, you'd never get tired of looking at that, would you? What a beautiful, beautiful shot.
Yeah, it's a slightly strange feeling not having quite as many people down at the regatta this year, but it does let you see just what a special place this is to be at and to race at and to row at. And yeah, as I keep saying, it's just fantastic to be back and be amongst it all. I must say though, the only slightly disappointing thing is we're not having that first 150 metres racing into the booms, which is always good fun, particularly in the Cox's events.
Yeah, it's almost, well, it is intimidating racing at the back of the island there, and then you come out from the end of the island and, you know, it opens up, but you can get the weather, you can certainly get the wind hitting you there. So, yeah, a different layout with the start of the race being at the Henley town end of Temple Island. And the crews at the start there, the nerves tingling. And the umpire flag drops and they're underway. Twickenham, nearest to you, Bristol City.
See Bristol City just slightly, not quite straight off the start there, aiming towards Twickenham. They seem to have corrected that as they head off the line. Hopefully that won't have cost them too much there. Both crews move up through the gears, get that rate of striking up as high as you can, get the boat speed up, and then start settling down onto that rhythm. We're looking like City of Bristol there. Just edging out. 2 or 3 seats up now on Twickenham. Looking like they're back on their line. And they'll be starting looking for that rhythm now. Twickenham by no means out of this already. They'll be looking to settle as well. Control themselves and then just start working that rhythm to try and edge back down the City of Bristol boat. And I think for this one, Martin, we're in for a bit of a slightly closer race.
Yeah, it's looking like it. City of Bristol, and apologies there, it's written down here as Bristol City, but I know you don't like that because that's a football club. You are City of Bristol, and you are in the lead by half a length, would you say?
Yeah, I'd call that half a length as they come past us here in the commentary box. And it's interesting because as you move down the course, the stream does change how it affects each side, each station. And hopefully Twickenham will know that, and they'll know that they need to get out there and try and get back in the into the contention, get on their babble, get into the lead ideally before they edge towards the finish line and they start hitting a bit more of that stream.
Well, they're not moving away. It looks as if they're holding him. If anything, they might just be clawing it back here. City of Bristol, good start, rating very high. Settled down into their cruise and got a decent lead as they pass the enclosures, but now coming up to what is pretty much the halfway mark, and they've not let them get away. They've still got contact there at the tail end of the City of Bristol boat.
Yeah, and in the City of Bristol crew, this is where you've got to be disciplined now. Keep those eyes in the boat. Don't worry that the oppo adjusts there. Stick to your race plan and just trust that that process is going to allow you to get the clear water over them. But Twickenham, not letting this one go, sticking with it. No doubt that rate's going to be creeping up now as we start moving towards the halfway point and then on for home. City of Bristol probably would just like to edge out a bit further here, just really take control of the race. They're still racing, but it looks like they're just starting to move away slightly from Twickenham.
If they can break that contact, then psychologically they certainly feel as if they've done a good job and have gone on top. But they're still fighting hard, are Twickenham. Trying just to get back on terms, but they're going to run out of water. We're about 2/3 of the way down the course. You're watching the Academic Club 8, and this is the last 16, third race of the regatta, Twickenham Rowing Club, City of Bristol.
Yeah, looking at that there, Bristol's still racing this. They're by no means relaxed and taking the rate down. The rate's still high, still striking on that race rhythm, wanting to make sure it's not over till it's over. If they want to get through that finish line, make sure they're into the next round. And equally Twickenham keeping that rate high as they're trying to claw back before they get to Revenham Lawn and that finish line.
The next race up will be race number 18. There's no race for race 17. Race number 18 will be the single sculls. As we're watching here, the closing stages. City of Bristol led from the start. Twickenham put up a really good battle, but coming towards the closing stages, unable to get back on terms. And as they approach the finish line and wind down, it's City of Bristol through to the next round.
As we look now to race 18 on the course, aspirational singles between the scullers from Twickenham and Exeter. For Twickenham, we've got Varari Abakovu, and for Exeter, Claire Murphy. Both sat forward now, waiting for the umpire. Those nervous last few moments. You've got your oppo there, and you're just waiting for that flag to go so you can get out and get into that much more known, comfortable space of being in the race and getting that boat in front.
No, you know the case it was in? It was attached to the case. He's lost, he doesn't know his name.
Flags up. And they're off. Cautious first couple of strokes from both scullers there. But now they start going up through the gears. As I was saying before, no worries this year about the booms. They're straight into the action alongside those wooden booms and steering slightly easier off the start. But they're still out nice and aggressive. They're just trying to get that boat up, particularly in the single, get that psychological advantage over your oppo. Watch them and control them. And it looks like, I would say, the sculler from Twickenham just getting the edge here.
Oh, what are you doing? You crashed.
We were saying earlier it's difficult to pick form given the lack of racing we've had. But Ferrari, we know, took the bronze medal at Champ Single at Bucks. So given that's the only form we've got to read about here, we'd expect her to be in the lead, but she looks so far to be in control of the race. Bit of wash to contend with there, which is never that much fun in the single, but she's gone through it well. And racing Claire Murphy from Exeter Rowing Club, who at the moment needs to get that rate up if she wants to get back on terms and bring this race to Twickenham Sculler.
And they're passing our control commentary caravan here, moving down towards Roman Church, and a really good display here. So this course officially 1,400 metres, so just shortened as a result of taking out the start at the island. Am I making any sense? Do you know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Broadly,
Yeah. So they ain't doing the first bit as we used to.
Bit shorter.
So it's 1,400 metres. So times and records obviously go out the window. But it is a different mentality, isn't it, going into 1,400 metres as opposed to, say, 2K?
Yeah, it really is, and particularly on this course as well, where you're racing into the stream. Those last 116 odd metres, is it, compared to a 2K course on the Henley Royal, makes a massive difference. And then 1,500 metres is a big difference from 2K. It really does become a sprint, and these crews hopefully will be able to adapt their training, knowing that the course is going to be a little bit shorter, and knowing that actually the first half of this race is going to be absolutely vital. You're not going to have much time in the second half to claw back any sort of deficit you might have on the crew that's in front. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's interesting to see which crews can get out and get in front. But our Twickenham Sculler here, Ferrari, as we went past, they sculled past the commentary box here, fantastic technique on display from her, making every bit of that stroke count through the water, and it's paying dividends as she's taking the rate down but still moving away.
And you can see here some really, really lovely images. We've got a couple of drone cameras here to give us drone shots. So the coverage on YouTube right the way through to the finals and the final races on Sunday afternoon.
You see the scullers there continuing down the course, moving through up towards Remnant Farm. You see the difference in length of sculling between these two scullers. I think that's been the real key difference here for this race, that length of stroke, just getting more run out of the boat for every stroke taken, just helping Ferrari get down the course there in front, and now able to control it. And again, as we're saying, so important in that single to be able to get in front and see the oppo and take control of that race, conserve the energy as much as possible, because you can bet for sure there's going to be some tricky races coming up in the other rounds.
And next up we have another heat of the aspirational single sculls. This is Armstrong of City of Oxford and Dolman of Nottingham Rowing Club. So that would be race number 19 that's just got underway. You've got the back of the umpire's launch there. And again, really rapid starts. Oh, and a little bit of a crab there caught, but she's straightened up. And what would you do there? Would you sort of think of a restart? Would you put a bit more in, or would you just try and find a bit of a rhythm?
The first thing to do is not panic, because the heart rate's up very high, the adrenaline's pumping, and you don't want to make a bad mistake worse by panicking. So yeah, just get control, reset, restart, and go again. It's never ideal, but it's not a disaster either when you've got 3 or 4 minutes of racing. But through the line there, Twickenham Sculler takes the win from City of Bristol very comfortably through to the next round. So you see our next scullers coming through with City of Oxford racing Nottingham Rowing Club. And City of Oxford taking that lead now. Still striking reasonably high. not quite comfortably in front as yet, as both boats start hitting a bit of wash from those pleasure cruisers going down. One of the quirks of racing on the course down here at Henley. But they both seem to handle conditions well. City of Oxford moving further away. So we can hear there about 2.5 lengths now. That's Caitlin Armstrong for City of Oxford. That 2.5 to 3 length lead over Kate Dolman of Nottingham Rowing Club. Looking as Caitlin's sculling there, looking more relaxed now, more in control. That's what she would have been hoping for before this race, to be able to get out. Just start dropping that rate down a bit. So hard when you're in that single scull and you start losing sight of the oppo. Been there a number of times. to keep putting that energy and that effort in to get back on terms. You know you've got to do something different because what's happening isn't quite working. Normally it involves jacking that rate up and getting back there. And also if you're canny sculling in front, you'll be able to just start steering your boat over at the right moment, start sending a bit of that wash down to the opposition, make their life that little bit more difficult. At the moment, Caitlin from City of Oxford there, looking like she doesn't need to do that. She's happy with her line on the course there, and able to just keep pushing on through Upper Thames down towards Remenham.
So I was just looking there, Steve. There were 29 single scullers this morning in the time trial. That's been whittled down to 16. So they've already had a outing on the course, and it looks there, the ripples on the water. There's just a little bit of breeze coming up. You can see the flags on the boat there. So conditions do vary a bit.
They do, yeah.
Any results? I can't find anything on here.
It is a bit blustery down on the course at the moment. Particularly moving to the second half, that's where the wind seems to be just whipping over the course slightly a bit more. I think what's interesting though is we've got a nice sunny day. It's Friday afternoon. We're getting a few more pleasure boats out,
and we're also getting the chairman of the regatta sticking her head in. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking for results.
Yeah. But yeah, that wash can offset cruise. Obviously, it doesn't affect the eights too much, but in the singles, if it's a tight race, that can make the difference. We've seen one sculler already have a little incident catching a mini crab, but other than that, it's a beautiful day and great to be racing.
And down at the start, it's the next heat of the aspirational single sculls. Mackay of Grosvenor Rowing Club and Keane of Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha.
So you see these two scullers powering off the start. Actually, not much to choose between them at the moment. Must admit, I've got half an eye on the race that's gone before them as well. So the sculler there from City of Oxford actually hasn't had it all her own way in the second half. As the sculler from Nottingham Rowing Club, Katie Dolman, is coming back, but actually through the line now. Just done enough. City of Oxford, Caitlin Armstrong takes the win there. I got it wrong. She was winding down. It was never in doubt. And that allows us to flick back now over to the race that's on the course at the moment. Another heat of the aspirational single sculls between Grosvenor Rowing Club, Sarah Mackay, and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club with Catherine Keane. And as we look down now, seeing the pictures there, the sculler from Grosvenor in control of this one. Looking like it's fairly comfortable at this stage already.
Yeah, and as they pass us, it's What about a length and a half, would you say, moving out to 2 lengths? Just going up towards the halfway mark now.
Yeah, it's an interesting time. I was talking to some of the scullers on the way down here today, and they were saying that it's very odd and that there's some noise and then there's complete silence on different parts of the course, which they're not used to normally. But hopefully that's not affecting them too badly when they're looking for that push. Sculler from Grovesend, though, in control.
And with a really decent lead. And this race now drawing towards a close as they move through the boating enclosure and down towards Old Blades. And we have the next race underway, Aspirational Single Sculls. This is race number 21, Mortlake Anglian Alpha. This is Gowan and Oxford Brookes Wedderburn.
Now we have the Brookes Sculler, again going on nothing other than reputations of the clubs. You would expect the Brookes Sculler to go out hard and fast here, given the results we've seen from Brookes, particularly at Bucks. They're absolutely dominated across the weekend there. And we said that, Sculler from Mortlake and Anglian still hanging on in there, and only up to half a length in those first opening stages of the race.
Yeah, it's approaching the end of the enclosures. It's the Sculler from Brookes with just about a length's lead.
We're looking at the notes down here. Charlie from Brookes, she won gold in the intermediate double at Bucks. So clearly on form. Has that taste for winning some silverware. And is looking to do the same here. Racing the Sculler from Mortlake there. Looking fairly comfortable with the lead as they start moving down towards the boat tents area. And we'll just now be seeking to extend that lead out, take control, maybe a bit of a dabble with the steering to move over and take the win. But looking controlled and starting to take the rate down, I would say that slightly as well.
Yeah, the Sculler's now reaching the halfway point, and that's a reasonable lead. Is it good enough just to sort of sit on it and watch what your opponent's doing? Well, she's still keeping the rating fairly high, punching away, couple of lengths lead.
It's always a really tricky one in these singles to know when to start backing off, when to, backing off's probably the wrong word, when to take control, when to start sitting on the opposition, because you just don't want to risk that loss. You just don't want to give them a sniff and let them think they're back in it. But at the same time, you know you've got multiple rounds, you know you need to conserve your energy wherever you can. Normally sort of 3 or 4 lengths of clear water, you can start thinking about bringing that rate down, maybe tweaking the steering, should we say, to move over. And hopefully we'll see that Brookes Sculler in the next minute or so, just starting to take the rate down as they move towards the finish line.
And the final stages now of this round of the Aspirational Single Sculls sees Wedderburn of Oxford Brookes University heading towards the line. Next up we have the Academic Club 8s, the next round of races there, with Thames up against Rochester, Vesta A, Vesta B, and Putney Cantabrian.
Charlie now from Oxford Brookes, coming up to the line, looking very comfortable, very controlled. You expect to see that in these opening rounds. Some large distances in these wins as we start separating the crews out and getting down to the business end as we go through the weekend. But for the moment, Charlie from Brookes very comfortably in front and going through to the next round.
And down at the start and just getting underway, it is the first round of the aspirational Club 8. And Thames Rowing Club B, nearest to us on the towpath side, Royal Chester in the middle. And an absolute blazing start there from the crew nearest to us, Thames Rowing Club B. And as they are going through the enclosures, they already have a lengths lead, and they are really sticking some strokes in here. Very, very high rate. And if you look between the two crews, you can see the puddles that they're punching away. So that length now up to a length and a quarter. Very impressive start from Thames.
Yeah, Thames Rowing Club definitely got the memo that it's a shorter course this year. All of their crews so far have been exploding out of the blocks. And if they pass us here, what's that? That's already looking like a length of clear water nearly. Royal Chester, when you're up high, you're going as fast as you can, and that other crew walks away, it's a horrible position to be in. You've got to be able to dig deep, not worry about it, trust the rhythm and get back on track. But that Thames crew, I don't think I've seen a start like that so far today. They've absolutely left away.
Well, that's a blazing start. I mean, they've treated this as a proper sprint. Get out in front, try and break the oppo, and approaching a halfway mark, you're just over 2 lengths ahead, and they're not letting up. Somebody needs to tell them there's a few more days of this racing, because they're powering away.
There'll be someone in the crew at some point just trying to get the Cox's attention, asking them what the rate is, seeing if it's about time to start take control. But you can see there the wash from that Thames 8 now going down onto Royal Chester. They'll feel that in that boat. It'll start affecting the run. It just starts feeling a little bit heavier as you go through the wake from the boat leading you there. And at that point, you know, unfortunately, barring something exceptional, the writing could well be on the wall already.
Yeah, that is a very, very impressive start from that Thames 8 as they move now down towards the end of the boating area with old blades on the left-hand side. 2/3 of the way down the course, and it is Thames charging towards the finish line. And you can see there Thames winding down as they approach the finish line. Very, very impressive sprint from Thames Rowing Club B. Aspirational Club 8s, of which there were 17 crews this morning. They only dropped one. There's a couple of no races in this, but the next race up will be Vesta A against Vesta B.
It's always gutting on the draw when you hear that. It's the last thing you want to hear. Oh, we're racing our club's A crew. There's an A and a B crew for a reason. They've settled it all with seat racing, erg results, general training, racing, but it can all be different on race day. Looking at that Thames crew, you come through the line, some horrible wash they're having to go through.
Well, there's 3 Thames crews in this event. Thames Rowing Club A went through earlier. Age Crop got the better of Thames Rowing Club C, and through to the next round, it is Thames Rowing Club B, Vesta A and Vesta B next up.
So Vesta A and Vesta B are off the line. Vesta A, as you would expect, have leapt out to that bit of a lead. But in that A crew, it's never straightforward to race a B crew, because the B crew, you know they've got nothing to lose. You know they're going to throw their kitchen sink at you off the start line to try and unsettle you, to try and get in front. And it's looking like the Vesta A crew there have anticipated that. They've got out fast and clean. They need to trust in their rhythm now and take control against their fellow clubmates, which is, no one ever wants to be in this race. It's never ideal.
So they're passing our commentary position now. There is just over a length in this. Vesta A nearest to the towpath on the Berkshire station. And they're not letting up. They're trying to move away from their clubmates. And it's about a length and a half as they move away from our commentary position.
On the way down, I had the chance to chat to Mel, who's in the 3-seat of that Vesta B8. She definitely had a bit of fire in her eyes. She was ready for this. The girls were just going to give it everything. Try and rattle that A crew off the line. See if they could do something magical in the middle half. They've still got time, but it's looking like the A crew has got that control. B crew now need to not hold back. Just go for it. Jack the rate up. Try and hang on. See if we can get towards them towards the finish line. But at the moment, Vesta A looking very controlled there.
We've got one more heat of this, the Aspirational Club 8 coming up. And this will be Putney against Canterbury. Now, after that race, we'll give you a roundup of the results. You can get results online, but we will give you the results and the times in a roundup after the final heat of these 8s. And it is Vesta A still maintaining a lead. They've wound down a bit, but they've got a couple of lengths lead now as we move towards the finish line. Are you happy, Anna?
So yeah, Vesta A now, we thinking, job done. They can start thinking about second round. And hopefully plenty of nice handshakes at the end of the race. No hard feelings. And whatever happens, everyone will be back to the amazing Vesta Bar down on the Putney Embankment in the weeks to come over the summer. Easily one of the funnest places to go. I would say in British rowing. It's a big shout.
And there we go. Approaching the finish line now. And that's Vesta A progress through to the next round. And they're underway in the next Putney, Canterbury, and Putney nearest to us. And you can't really see here who's got their bow in front.
Now, I'd say actually both crews there, I'd say probably weren't as aggressive off that first stroke as they would have liked to have been. Looked like I don't know whether there's a bit of wash put them off there. But both crews moving up now through the rate. And this is it. This is tight. And the great thing about this season is there's not been much side by side. So it really is going to count on who's got that experience and who's able to hold their nerve and not look out of that boat, stick to their rhythm and just get that lead.
And it looks to me as if it is Putney that have just managed to get ahead. Moving through the enclosures. Good to see a few people on the bank here giving their support. Putney now moving out to just about a length.
Now, yeah, we can see there, Putney Town have just used that last 45, 60 seconds to settle their rhythm and just been able to eke away now. And a big thanks to Cantabs for sending in some notes on their crew here. It's a mixture of youth and experience, with that crew combining athletes who've learnt to row just last season with their masters rowers there. You've got stern pair there, Jill Cooper and Judith Wake. They've raced together recent years at masters levels, multiple wins at Vets Falls Head, Vets Head, British Masters, and pairs are together. Blimey, they've won everything. And they're also successful races in bumps races with 7 sets of blades between them. Impressive record there from Stern Pair. Unfortunately, not quite doing the business today against Putney Town. But no doubt, if you've got people in that crew that have just learnt to row last year, this will be a terrific experience for them. No doubt they'll be even more hooked on the sport after this weekend and ready to come back for some silverware in the years to come. But at the moment, Putney Town looking in control as they're moving on down the course towards Upper Thames with what looks like a comfortable lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's Putney now. Just they've wound down a bit. Heading up towards the finish line. We'll give you a roundup of the results just as soon as these crews cross the finish line. There's a gap next. Race 25 is a no race. And then we're back to another round of 4 races for the aspirational single sculls.
So very comfortable there for Putney Town as they come through. No doubt they'll be taking this win against Cantabs in the aspirational Club 8s. And just to take you back through some of the other results, or all the other results in the aspirational Club 8s. Just before this race, you would have seen Vesta A beat Vesta B by 3.5 lengths. Thames B beat Royal Chester 4.5 lengths. City of Bristol beat Twickenham there by 1.5 lengths. Agecroft beat Thames C by 3.5. And first race off at Henley Women's Regatta 2021 was Thames Rowing Club A beating Furnival Sculling Club by 4 lengths. And the last crew looks like it's going through from the aspirational Club 8s will be Putney Town as they paddle up here towards Remington Club, towards that finish line and on into the next round. So as we see, we've got the next round of the aspirational single sculls going off. Just to give you the results from the earlier heats. Twickenham Rowing Club beat Exeter Rowing Club with a verdict of easily. City of Oxford beat Nottingham Rowing Club by 1.25 lengths. Grosvenor beat Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club by 4.5 lengths. And Oxford Brookes University beat Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club by 3.5 lengths. As we move now into the next batch of races for the aspirational single sculls. So as we look now down onto the start line, the next heat of the aspirational single sculls gets underway with sculler from London Rowing Club, Devon Ward, racing Sophie Gray from Reading Rowing Club. Both scullers out of the blocks hard, as you would expect from these two established boat clubs. Decent steering from both of them, hitting that wash off the start line, which is never that much fun in the single, but it doesn't look to have affected their rhythm. They're out and running. And looking a little bit like Sophie there from Reading. He's just got the edge over Devon of London. Just moving out to that length's lead. All important in that single to have that nice clean start. Just give you that little boost of confidence you need to keep moving out and edge away from the opposition. As we see Sophie there from Reading. Long aggressive rhythm there. Devon, I would say, rowing slightly shorter from London Rowing Club. But that can give you the ability to get the rate up and get back on terms. She's going to need to do something about it quickly before Sophie closes this race down. As they move away from the commentary tower here. Sophie still looking in command. And as they pass us here, it's just about a length of clear water there. But Sophie looking quite aggressive there. Devon still looking aggressive on that rate. We'll need to find something in the next minute or so if she wants to get back on terms with Sophie. But I think Sophie there now, you can just see, just clicking down a gear. In control with it all. Starting to just think about that steering now. Can she send a bit of that wash down and just give Devon something to think about in the second half of this race? So as you see Sophie there now, from Reading Rowing Club, looking reasonably controlled. I mean, it's by no means over. Devon of London Rowing Club is still sticking within that lengthish of clear water. That just gives you that sniff. She's not caught in the wake yet. So she's able to do something about it, to get back on terms. Stu Heap, head coach at London Rowing Club, he will have drilled his crews and all of the scullers to know that the second half of the race really is where it counts. That really is where you can claw back any sort of distance you're down, and equally where you really can move out on your oppo. If you can train hard for that second half of the race, it's a massive weapon to have in your arsenal. So this is by no means over. Sophie there from Reading won't want to sit too low on that rate. She won't want to give Devon from London any thought of the idea that she's going to be able to get back into this. So just keep sending that power down, moving along the course and getting out to that clear water.
I just popped outside there for a moment and talking to some of the competitors, and I can't tell you how absolutely thrilled they are to be back racing, not only racing, but racing here at Henley and for Henley Women's Regatta. Brilliant, brilliant atmosphere. Everybody being very sensible, but just so good to see people back out on the water and some really good racing.
Yeah, it was always going to be a special regatta to be back at, and obviously, the results count, and we want to see the winners, and we know everyone's been working so hard, but it's just brilliant to be back here. It's brilliant to see life getting back to normal. It's always great to be back in Henley.
And honestly, a huge thanks to everybody, Miriam and the whole committee for putting this on, and the tweaks and the changes they've had to make, but Here we are, 1,400 metres, some really good sprint racing, and we're off again with the start of another round of the single sculls.
So we have Bath University, Phoebe Hayden, racing Walton Rowing Club, Catherine Stenning. And interesting about Catherine here, so she's product of the Walton Junior Programme and is now studying at the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma. So it'll be interesting to see how she's been going out there and whether she can translate the miles put in the US to a victory here today. But as they pass us in the commentary tower, it's looking like the sculler from Bath University just has the edge at the moment, but not by much.
No, they move past us, and there's probably just about a length in it, I would say. Bath University sculler, deep concentration, making sure every stroke counts.
So Phoebe sculling for Bath there. She was doing the intermediate single scull at Bucks and really had that game face on as she came past us here, looking mean, looking like she meant business, and is definitely turning it on at the moment as she's starting to just get out to that second length, and will soon be looking to take that rate down. You see that steering, she's just moved away from the booms there. Just send that wash down, maybe a little bit of gamesmanship going on there. Catherine will be aware of that. And the quickest way out of that is to hit the gas, get your boat speed back up, get in front of that wash, reset and try and go again. But at the moment, Phoebe's looking like she's got this. Long low rhythm there, and that's just helping to get that run out of the boat, pushing it along all the way down as you head towards Upper Thames. Yeah, we can see here with amazing conditions to be down here and be racing today. The forecast, they were saying rain, there's no rain. It's a wonderful day. Slight breeze whipping across the course as we mentioned. Seems to be holding steady at the moment. But doesn't seem to be affecting these scullers too badly. And Phoebe there, really in control now. She's had a big last 60 seconds and has just been able to push away, break that link back to Catherine from Walton Rowing Club, and that's looking like comfortable rowing now for Phoebe as we move back down the course and we look at the next heat for the aspirational single sculls between Molesey Boat Club and Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Racing for Molesey is Sasha James, and for Notts County, Catherine Watson. Nice clean start from both scullers there, and we're in for a nice close race so far. Notts County just with the edge. But both scullers, I mean, very, very close as you can see there going past the camera position. And I would say actually both scullers possibly looking maybe a bit controlled. Maybe they could just put that rate and rhythm up a little bit higher to get away. We'll see now what their rhythms are looking like as they come past us. As we move to the middle third of the race, we'll see who's got that pace to take them through to get the lead.
So Molesey, Nottingham, passing us. Nottingham, but not by much.
I'd say for me, anything as they passed us here, the Molesey sculler looking that little bit more in control. And the sculler from Notts County, Catherine Watson, it's clearly put in a lot of effort to get that little bit of a lead. There's still overlap as they went past us. Hopefully she's not been working too hard for too long there. She's going to have something left in the tank for the second half. But Sasha from Molesey, looks like there's a bit of a belief there, a bit of confidence in her boat speed. And just sticking with Catherine as they move through towards the midway point.
They are at about the halfway point, and it's very, very close indeed. There's probably not much more than about half a length in this. The Notts County Sculler in the middle of the river. If there was any stream, she would be catching it. But a really good steady rhythm, and there we go. That's the side-by-side shot, and that is about half a length.
This is cracking. Closest race of the day so far. This is what we've been hoping for. Again, that Molesey Sculler just staying fully in contact with Catherine from Notts County. And at some point, she's going to need to make a move. At some point, that boat's going to need to get in front.
Well, this is a race, isn't it? So no matter what your race plan is, this now is you racing the person next to you. So, do you have a sprint? Can you bank on your sprint? When do you go? The steering here, maybe the pressure there's just sort of got to her a little bit. The steering going slightly off from the Molesey Sculler. Gives an advantage back to the Notts County Sculler.
Yeah,
there is a little bit of a gap, but it's probably still about a length.
Yeah, psychologically, it's the hardest boat class to really be in a toe-to-toe fight with. There's no one else there. It's just you. It's just your oppo. And it really is who wants it more. Also then, when you're level like that, there's so many different things to think about. You've got to stay on top of all of them. The technique has to be right. The tactics have to be right. The steering has to be right. And it all has to come together at the right moment. If any one of those things come off the boil, it can be difficult. You can lose half a length, and that can be the race. We saw there with the Molesey Sculler, the slight drift towards the boobs may have just offset her there as she was trying to get into that race rhythm to get back in contact. As we see here, the County Sculler, nice long rhythm. See her levering that boat through on each stroke. And looking from that picture there that she's in control and has moved out on the Molesey Sculler. Now got that crucial bit of clear water. Will she maintain it all the way into the line now?
Yeah, moving up towards the finish line, and she's managed to break free of the Molesey Sculler pursuing her. So just over a length as they head now down through Upper Thames and to the finish at Romanham Club. A quick glance over the shoulder there, and now is the time to go.
Yeah, this is it. You're running out of course. There's nothing else for it here now but to jack the rate as high as you can. Put the kitchen sink in there, everything you've got. But I think at this point in the race now, the County Sculler will know she's got it. She knows she's in control. That's been a hard race. That's not the most comfortable way to go through a first round. But she's done the job. And Catherine there for County will be thinking about tomorrow now.
Down at the start then, it's the last of this round. Single sculls. Fussell of Tideway Scullers School on the Berkshire station, and Thompson of Agecroft on the Buckinghamshire station.
Now I've got to declare allegiance here because Rosa racing for Agecroft used to row at Fulham Reach. In fact, learned to row at Fulham Reach. So I'm pleased to see she's leading. That's always a good thing to see. I'm not leading, she did a cracking job there. She got 2 or 3 lengths of clear water there. Looked very aggressive, very racy as they went past her standing at the commentary box. And it looks like the Sculler from Tideway Scullers may not have much of a response to that pace that Rosa was able to put on in the first part of that race. Sophie Fussell from Tideway Scullers there. Steering well, good line down the booms there, but Rosa of Agecroft looking incredibly rangy, long rhythm, and I don't mind saying it, I'm really pleased.
The umpire's flag there is probably the first warning we've seen today.
Yeah. So Rosa there from Agecroft, just been told to get back onto the station. Umpire's not happy that she's far enough in the lead that she can move over. So she'll just be putting a little bit more pressure through that right foot, moving back over. Last thing you want to do when you've got a commanding lead like that is do anything to stuff it up via the umpire.
Yeah, it would be a bit harsh though, wouldn't it? I mean, if you're that far in front. However, the rules are the rules. You should really stay on your own side. No, she looks to be very much in control there. Moving down. So we'd be there now, just about by Upper Thames, coming up towards the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's been hard for these crews from the Northwest clubs because there has been more local lockdowns up there than other parts of the country. There's been far more time spent on the erg for them. There's virtual training sessions. So it's just great to see them down here racing and winning. It's great to see. All those ergs are paying off now.
Yeah, a very, very controlled race there. As I say, these scullers moving towards the finish line. The umpire has put his flag away for the time being.
Yeah, that's it. Good sculling, good line, as we say from the Tideway scullers. Sculler, Sophie Fussell. But looking today, like Rosa from Agecroft, slightly stronger through the water and just able to get more yardage per stroke out of the shell. And that's given her the lead here. So she's very comfortable now. Gone down through the rate by a couple of pips. And cruising in towards the finish line to move through this round of the aspirational single sculls.
And we'll do a little roundup of the results on those, I think, the aspirational single sculls.
So, first round of the next this batch of races, we had Reading Rowing Club beating London Rowing Club by 3.5 lengths. Bath University beat Walton Rowing Club easily. Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, in that close race, beat Molesey Boat Club by 1.5 lengths. And as we see here now, it's looking very much like Rose of Agecroft. And there you go, has just come through the line to beat Sophie of Tideway Scullers in a distance yet to be confirmed. So those crews go through and move on to the next round of the aspirational single sculls. And next up, we will have the championship pairs.
The next batch of races, this is Championship Pairs. Race number 32 was a no race. This is race number 31 at the start at the moment. Newcastle University, Worcester Rowing Club. After that, it's Leander Nottingham Composite against Cambridge University. And then we are on to Championship Singles. After that, we've got Championship Fours, the Army against Tideway Scholars School. And at 3:30, we're back to Championship Singles. So stay with us and look at these amazing images. So this is one of the drones that we have presently hovering above. What a truly brilliant sight. So as the crew's waiting there to start, the pairs, looking at my little menu here, there were 11 crews entered for this, so no time trial required. Well, there was a time trial for them, but actually that was just to sort of sort out who raced who. But so nobody dropped from this event. Championship Pairs about to get away, on the way fairly shortly.
Yeah, so the umpires just backed off there, so they'll be lining their boat up and coming back into between these crews. In that Newcastle University crew, we've got Catherine Bulmer and Chloe Diamond, who are both in the Champ 8 for Newcastle that won bronze at Bucks. So if we've got any sort of form at all we can grasp at, that's probably it for the moment. And then for Worcester Rowing Club, we've got Joanna Council and Anna Harvey. So both crews now just down at that's iconic start line in rowing. Both just waiting. You can see you've got a slight bit of breeze there, just nudging the bows around. So particularly in these coxless boats, both crews will be aware of that. Trying to keep that line. Actually, just trying to keep relaxed. Not worry too much about the oppo. Just focusing on their crew, on their boat, on the stake boat, and making sure they're ready to go in good order. Umpires just backed off a bit there, just waiting for them to come forward, and then the flag will be up. And shortly after that, we will be away. You can see here from the drone, just beautiful shots of racing down here at Henley. Makes all of those Zoom ergs, trading in your kitchen, staying together connected through the laptop, makes it all worth it when you get to come out here and race amongst scenes like this. We'll see now between these two crews who's looking around and who's actually focused. They won't be caring about the surroundings. All they'll want to do now is get down this course in front and move on to the next round of these championship pairs. Looking like the pairs there, just having a bit of a chat to each other at the start line. It's always good to see. Hopefully that's a bit of friendly banter, not too much sledging. So just waiting for the umpire to come through now and take them off down the course. It's always tricky at Henley. You've got a tricky warm-up area. You're on the curve down at the end of the course there. There's often quite a lot of pleasure cruisers going around. And invariably you are sat for a good couple of minutes on the start line because you do not want to be late on the start line when you're racing down here at Henley Women's. So it can be tricky to get yourself in that space ready to go on the start line. But then when the flag drops, you're back to doing what you do best, taking that race up and getting out in front. A slight delay there for the crews before they head off. As we're reliably informed, there was a bit of willow on the course. That's now been cleared. The track is clear, the crews are off, and we're racing in this heat of the championship pairs between Newcastle University, Catherine and Chloe, racing Worcester Rowing Club, Joanna and Anna. And out of the blocks there, we have the crew from Newcastle University just moving out to that early lead. The crew from Worcester Rowing Club got fairly close to the booms there off the start. That would have woken them up after a slightly delayed time sat on the stake boat there. But Newcastle have got that early lead and are just now looking to set down into that rhythm and start eking it out. That Newcastle Uni crew now using their form from the bronze medal they won in the Champ 8 at Bucks. Relying on that rhythm and that power to move out to, what's it looking like, a couple of lengths now. They're going past the camera point there. So quite aggressive, long rhythm. And they are striking high all the way down the course. And looking at the gap they've got now, I would suggest they can probably start controlling the race a bit more, particularly in the pair. There's not going to be a massive change of speed from either crew. And they're just starting to drift out on their steering. Umpire not reaching for his flag at the moment, which is good to see. And Worcester need to keep their foot on the gas if they want to get back on terms with this Newcastle crew, who are looking very classy at the moment. That decent long rhythm. A few little bobbles on the water there to deal with. That's all part of the fun of coming down to race at Henley. You do have to be able to master the conditions of this river regatta. It's not a lake. There is traffic, there is bounce, there is lots of wind from time to time. As you see a few little inches lost, should we say, on the catch there from the Newcastle crew, but they are back on it straight away. Back onto that rhythm. That's it. Still keeping that rate high and shoving the oars through the water there. That Worcester crew sticking to their station, hugging the booms, but not at the moment making a dent on the lead of Newcastle University. At the moment, steering well. Sticking well over to their station now as well. Marking out their course all the way down along those booms. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy in this course. Really handy to steer off. Not very forgiving if you go into them. But Newcastle have got it under control right now as they continue to move away from Worcester Rowing Club.
Yeah, as you can see there now, Newcastle just winding down. And you'll get to see a bit of this. The crew's obviously very much aware that there's still a fair bit of racing to go to get through and win Henley Women's Regatta. Next up, we have the Leander Nottingham Rowing Club B Composite and Cambridge University. Leander Nottingham Composite are on the Berkshire station, and Cambridge University are on the far side, on the Buckinghamshire station. Now, pairs can be very exciting. Steering, so you can give it lots of welly, but if you're not going in the right direction, it can become very entertaining. Now, from this angle, it looks like they're getting a little bit close, and then a bit of steering to get away can mean a bit of zigzagging. So having settled down, and that is the fear, isn't it, with the pair, that if you go off too hard and you lose your steering, it's kind of all for nothing.
Yeah, if you don't have those power curves synced up in a pair, you know about it very quickly. You could see off the start there, the Leander Nottingham Composite was chucking all the horsepower down they could to get away from the Cambridge crew, and that just started shoving them over to the booms. They've corrected, and now they're leading by Well, just got a little bit of clear water now over that Cambridge crew. But it's not the start you want. You prefer to go straight. You prefer to be synced. You prefer to just concentrate on the rhythm. But they've reacted well and got back in the lead. The Cambridge crew, they were both members of the victorious CUBC Blondie crew against AUWBC in the 2021 reserve races. Both Alexandra and Joe taking part in that. At the moment, it's looking like Lucy and Olivia from the Leander Nottingham composite. After that, slightly sharp steering off the start. They seem to be back in their rhythm. But again, like the Newcastle crew, the rate is high and they're staying aggressive all the way down the course.
They are indeed. Well, they're treating this, as we said, 1,400 metres. It's a sprint. They're coming up to the halfway mark. And, yeah, bit of a tussle at the start. Possibly a few nerves.
Oh, I'd say no doubt there's nerves. As I was saying earlier, there's been so little racing. There's one thing being able to train hard and rowing well, but you just can't train for what it feels like on race day to be there next to your oppo. And if you've not had that experience through the season, I've no doubt they're all feeling nervous down there on this first day of racing at Henley Women's Regatta. But looking very much now like the Leander and Nottingham composite. It's got that rhythm back on track and just starting to move away.
And perfect conditions. I was just thinking earlier, we've sat here on a Friday in the summer on the first day of racing, and there's been a flotilla of higher boats, small boats, and the wash has been really something to contend with. But look at this. I mean, it's beautiful conditions. The wind, there's a slight breeze. I've been watching the flags there fluttering a bit, but really nothing much to shout about. So perfect conditions here for some top quality racing as we watch this composite, who are now keeping a very keen eye on the opposition from Cambridge and hoping to take this race home now, dare I say, with not too much effort, with an eye on the next round.
Well, that's what they'll be hoping for. But you know what? This is what Cambridge train for. They train for one-on-one racing. That whole club is set up to race Oxford and likewise Oxford v Cambridge. So the girls racing in the pair, they're no strangers to one-on-one racing. They'll know what it's like to lead and to be led in these sorts of battles. So they'll have that. They will have that bit of experience from training, and I'm sure they'll be relying on that now. So it's not looking completely comfortable for Leander and Nottingham. The race isn't done yet. They will still need to move away a bit further, because you never want to think that either a Cambridge or an Oxford boat has given up, because this is what they train for every day of the week.
And that was the championship pairs.
We can see it now. We've switched down to the next round, which is the championship single between Oxford Brooks and Thames Rowing Club.
So on the screen there, it's Link from Thames. And she's moving away with a pretty impressive lead there.
We can see that Louis from Thames, she was made both finals at Met Regatta both days, but also she rode at the Europeans in 2020 in the Estonian quad and won the champ single in 2019. So on paper at least, clearly the form sculler here, and she's leading Eileen from Brooks as they move away. I do want to see what's happened in that pairs race that went off before that, but we'll come back to that. We're looking at these two scullers at the moment on what looks like the next round of the championship single. They're coming thick and fast now.
They are indeed. So this is Queen's University Ladies Ireland. F. Bell against Molesey Boat Club's McDonald. This race due to go off at 15:06, so we're just 5 minutes behind the schedule. That was due to a willow floating on the course. There you go.
That's a first.
That's a first. Yeah, so to try and catch up, they'll get these races, as you say, going off thick and fast. Good little tussle, this.
Yeah, we've got a bit of info on both crews here, so we can talk a little bit about their form. With Fiona there racing for Queen's University Belfast, who just missed the A final of Champ Single at Bucks. And we know that Grace there from Molesey won gold in the Inter Single at Bucks. So, both competitive scullers, both used to getting up there and getting out in front. I think we're actually in for another cracking race as they power through the wash there. Both scullers still very much in touch with each other. We're seeing another great race in the single sculls.
So that was a kiss of death. I was just talking about no wash, and then all of a sudden there's half the British Navy come out. Anyway, so this is a really interesting race. So the girl from Ireland, nearest to us, nearest to the towpath. She seems to be rating a bit lower, but it's coming under a bit of pressure now. I think the Molesey sculler has upped the rate and has decided to launch an attack. So it's about half a length.
Absolutely, yeah, it's great to see. That's exactly what we want to see. Fiona there from Queen's. That nice long stroke, probably some of the longest sculling we've seen there. Getting out, and long stroke's great. It gives you an efficient stroke, it gives you decent speed on the boat, but it can be difficult to find that turn of speed if you find a sculler creeping up alongside you and starting to move down towards the bows of the boat. You need to be able to get aggressive on the rate, and sometimes shortening up slightly can help that. And we know any rower from Molesey we know is going to be a hardened racer, and they're going to know how to take this all the way down to the finish line.
And the umpire warning about the same place as was warned in the last race, so that there can't be like a speed bump or anything there.
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
But a gap in the trees and a little gust of wind, how's that?
This is it, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that.
Theory?
But the umpire there warning both crews, so not happy, both crews drifting towards each other, which I'm sure is more just as a reflection of the amount of effort going in rather than any sort of gamesmanship on the water. So they'll both be moving away. But I tell you what, the sculler from Molesey there is by no means thinking this is over. That's Grace McDonald starting to push back on Fiona from Queen's.
She is indeed, and it's difficult from this angle. If I could talk to the drone, I would say just have a little look and see an overhead shot of how far we are away here. It's probably about a length though, and she's controlled the race well. The Irish girl, well, we're assuming she's Irish. She's at an Irish
University.
Yeah, so that'll do. And it's a length, but a really, really good race that.
And you can see as we were talking there,
she's just decided to put in a little burst.
The rate's gone up, and she's converted that extra rate into extra speed and has been able to move away and just finish this race off. Great to see.
Okay, so that was Fiona Bell, did you say? Queen's University ladies from Ireland. And that was race 34. Race 35 up next. This is Nottingham Rowing Club against Edinburgh University, another round of the championship single sculls.
And again, we've got some decent form from both of these scullers coming into this race. Kyra Edwards racing from Nottingham Rowing Club, two-time medalist in the under-23 quad for Great Britain, and senior women's double in 2019, racing here. And then Jane Hardy racing for Edinburgh University, won gold in the Champ Quad at Bucks, silver in the Champ double, and sixth in the Champ single, second fastest at the under-23 trials in May.
Well, this looks like it's going to be an interesting competition, doesn't it? Already, championship singles.
I'd say it's probably where we've seen the best racing so far today. And if you're seeing that in the first rounds, you know you're in for some real battles coming up for the later rounds for the rest of the weekend, which is great to see. Exactly what you want to see when you're on the bank here watching the racing. And you can see here Kyra of Nottingham just moving out now. Slightly more controlled than the race we saw before, and the distance is just starting to edge out. Jane there made the trip down from Edinburgh University. She'll need to start responding quickly. She'll need to get that rate up and get back on terms before the sculler from Nottingham is able to close this race down as they approach the halfway point.
And the next round of the championship sculls, the next race is race number 36. That's just got underway, which is Stevens of Oxford Brookes University and Campbell Ord of Nottingham Rowing Club. So Brookes, I think most of you will recognise the Brookes colours. They're nearest to the bank on the right of your screen, and Nottingham Rowing Club Campbell Ord is to the left.
Yeah, as they come past us here now, sculler from Brookes, Annabelle Stevens, looking very rangy, very aggressive through the water as well. And that rangy, aggressive stroke has given her the lead over Annie from Nottingham Rowing Club. And it's great to see. As you quickly pan back to the race going up before this in the champ singles, you see Kyra of Nottingham still holding that lead over Jane of Edinburgh University as they're coming in towards the finish line there. Lovely conditions, a little bit of bobble on the water there, a few little bit of weights to deal with. Nothing too challenging. And that's fairly comfortable for Kyra as we pan back down.
And we got Brookes against Nottingham, the race behind. So this the last of this batch of 4 for the championship single sculls. Stevens of Brookes looks to be rating pretty high, yeah, compared with what we've seen.
Yeah, it's great to see. She's gone off really aggressively. Hoping she can maintain that now all the way through this middle part of the race. But it's doing the trick at the moment. And as I say, we're moving to these next rounds. It's going to be great to see this, aggressive racing over a shortened track. It's really showcasing the best of rowing. I'd say also the sculler from Nottingham looking to me like the rate's coming up. Hopefully the sculler from Brookes, Annabelle Stevens, has left something in the tank for this second half, because I've no doubt attacks coming from Nottingham now.
2 different styles there, isn't there? You can see clearly the 2 different approaches to propelling the single scull. The Brookes scull, a real snap at the end of the stroke. And it's almost as if the Nottingham scull, how would you describe that? A bit longer, maybe?
Yeah, she's clearly got really good long levers there. She's able to use that to get the leverage through the water. But it's, I would say, rowing with a little bit more thought on the rate there, trying to get that rate up, more strokes in per minute to try to allow her to get back on track. And if anything, I mean, it's always difficult to tell when you're looking at this camera angle, but by no means is this race over. They are still very much together. Hopefully that Brookes colour can maintain that aggressive stroke through the water.
Well, there's definitely overlap there, albeit slightly. But you can accelerate a single scull, can't you? You can certainly put in a sprint finish and catch your opponent.
Absolutely. But you see the Brookes sculler there, kept that rate high all the way down the course. Again, a little bit of wash there, not ideal, but doesn't seem to be any big deal. As she sculls through it nicely and seems to be now managing the sculler from Nottingham well. You always just want to get that extra little bit of length when you're in the single scull, just to give that bit of comfort. Just know the race is won, and it's a pretty painful place where it's that close, and you know if you back off, you're going to be slipping back down into second place. So a lot of guts, a lot of determination on display here, as they're keeping that aggressive rowing up all the way to the line, with Brookes still leading from Nottingham in this last stage of the race now.
Yeah, there is no race number 37. There, in this next sort of round of races, there is only one championship fours. And the Championship Coxless fours sees the Army up against Tideway Scullers School. The Army, on the left of your screen, nearest to the bank on the Berkshire station, and it's the Tideway Scullers School on the Buckinghamshire station that have taken the lead. Tideway Scullers School rating a couple of pips higher than the Army, and the young lady at bow looking over her shoulder. Coxless boats giving it plenty, and the steering here is really, really good.
Yeah.
The Army keeping a nice straight course, but Tideway Scullers look at the moment just to have a little bit too much. As they move past us, it's probably about 2 lengths.
Yeah, both crews steering well, exactly what you want to see in those Coxless boats, particularly when you're in the sweet boats. And real classy rowing from that Scullers crew, snapping the catches in nice and early, and that's just helping them to get the work on slightly earlier than the Army. And as a result, they're out there leading now by a good couple of lengths. But you know, if you're racing the Army, you know they're not giving up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a race to the line.
Yep. Well, an old pal of mine, Hamish, who's back up in Oxford, he was in the Army and raced for them for many a year. I know Hamish is listening. I hope you're enjoying the images here of Henley Women's Regatta, and it brings back all those memories of when you raced. Tideway Scullers, about the last third of the course now, and very much in control. Just pure determination, winding down. And the finish line is down at where the Thames enclosure used to be. They moved it up here now, but down at Remenham Club. And if you weren't listening earlier, it's 1,400 metres, 1,400 metres now. So whereas they used to race down the island, the start has now moved to the Henley side of the island. And there we are, the umpire warning. It is in the same spot they're warning. There's something in this.
It's interesting to see those.
It is.
As Scullers were approaching Forley,
You were laughing at me earlier, weren't you? You were.
As they were approaching Forley, you could see the rate came down, and I suspect the call has been made from who's ever shouting in the Scullers boat that, look, we've got this, let's have the rate down, let's move over and send some puddles down to our oppo. And the umpire's not having it, and they've got them back on their station. But you can see the Scullers looking very comfortable. They brought that rate down very early. They're convinced they've got this one sewn up. As we mentioned, I think the Army is probably one of the few clubs you want to watch all the way to the line because you know they're not going to stop. But Scullers looking very controlled. A few looks over the shoulder there just to make sure they are now staying on their station.
Well, the Willow might come back.
The Willow could easily float along.
The Willow could get you.
Yeah.
It's a children's book, isn't it? The Willow. So, yeah. Something like that. Well, no wind in the Willows there. It's pretty convincing win there for Tideway Scullers School. That was Championship Fours. Just one round of that. Looking at my little menu here. Championship Fours, 11 crews entered. Next up, we're back to the Championship Singles again. Yeah, and there's the Army and Tideway Scullers winding down
That's it.
towards the finish. So, I was just looking at the time. What time did we start racing then? It was about 1:45, wasn't it, this afternoon? A little bit of a delay, with a bit of debris on the course, but we're pretty much running to time. So the next race due off at 3:30.
Yeah, Scullers now in that really lovely position when you're racing out here at Henley. Up to the line, paddling over the line, very much in control, already thinking about the next round. And that's that classy rowing's got them through. And the Army, you know, as we see them coming up towards the line, will still be hitting the gas. There you go, giving it everything through the line there. But today just faced that classy crew from Scullers.
Yeah, a bit more of a challenge for the Army, isn't it, to get together and to row together, and where do they keep a boat? You know, logistically, yeah, that's the word. where they can meet and row. So it is a you know, huge credit to them to get together and to row. Here we go. This is the first of the championship single sculls in this particular round, race number 40. Due off at 3:30, and we seem to have caught up time. Leeds Rowing Club, Worcester University.
So for Leeds, we have Catherine Mole, who came second overall in the GB trials in May 21. And for Worcester University, it's Sarah Ferris. And we can see Catherine there from Leeds. Lovely long stroke there, able to get out, nice and aggressive. Probably had the better of the two starts. And that's given her that half-length lead as we start going through the tents here, where all the spectators are watching. Little look there from Catherine over to Sarah, just to keep her checking where she is. She may just want to keep an eye on that steering, make sure she's not drifting out to the middle too much. Last thing you want is a warning from the umpire. We're trying to get back onto your rhythm, and that lead at the moment is staying at half a length.
No, it's a cracking race this. So they're coming up towards the end of the enclosures, and there's our caravan. There I am waving, and as I look out, I can see now. And now that's a length. That's a length's lead there as they pass us. Leeds with the advantage over Worcester, but good old race this, yeah?
Yeah, both scullers looking very focused, very actually relaxed as they went past us. The sculler from Worcester University there just had a little bit of wash to deal with, made the scull wobble side to side there. And you can see that's just translated into another few feet over to the sculler from Leeds. But certainly as they passed us, both scullers very much in the race. Having gone through that wash there where she had the wobble, Sarah from Worcester University just needs to refocus, not worry about the fact that that cost a few feet, and just get back on terms as quickly as possible. At the same time, Catherine from Leeds, she will know she's got that all-important clear water, and we'll just be trying to manage that gap now all the way to the line.
So the first of the second round of races, we'll do a little result roundup after this, after the earlier heats. This particular batch of heats sees McCluskey of Edinburgh up next against Wilkinson Feller. Then we have Young of Edinburgh University against Parker of Cambridge. And then Jackson London Rowing Club against Macro from Plymouth. That takes us up to just about 2:45 when we have a bit of a break in race, and then we're all back again at 4 o'clock. Have you enjoyed it, my boy?
It's been fantastic, thank you. Lovely to be back here.
Bit of a race still going on here, and I just can't get over these drone images. They're absolutely fantastic. That thing must be about a mile high.
Must be careful. We're not far from Heathrow here. Must be slightly careful.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got this race under control, isn't she?
Yeah, Catherine from Leeds has definitely taken the rate down by 1. Which is good. That just allows you to start conserving that energy a little bit more for the next round. And we could see that Sarah from Worcester University had a very aggressive start. You could sense she was down. Brought that rate up to try and get back on terms, but Catherine was able to cover it. And now as you go through the middle third and towards the end of the race, she's able to now just stay in control all the way up to that finish line.
As you say, down. Is it down towards the finish? What was it? It's probably up here, is it? It's down towards the start, is it?
Well, yeah, it's been a while now.
Which way's the river going?
That way. Down that way. Down.
Left to right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These scullers won't be worried. Won't be worried what we're calling it.
No, it's
approaching.
it's come up loads, that Henley Women's and Henley Royal. You know, people come and say, "Oh, you should say this, you should say that." It's like, well, yeah, it's the start and the finish.
They're approaching.
Yeah, they're approaching
the finish line.
They are indeed approaching the finish line, and the next race is on the start. Well, at least
one of them is.
One of them is. Where's the other one? Anyway, closing stages of this, the first of the championship single sculls in this particular batch. Leeds Rowing Club, Worcester University, and a win for Miss Mole of Leeds Rowing Club. Did I say Leeds University? Oh, sorry, Leeds Rowing Club. Next up, McCluskey, Edinburgh University, and Wilkinson Fellow Tideway Scullers School. And looks like a bit of a no-show here, my friend.
Well, we've got our commentary work cut out with a row over. But for some reason, we don't have the sculler from Tideway Scullers School, so we'll try and figure out what's happened there. Which would have been great to see, actually, because it was Katie Wilkinson Fellow who raced for Great Britain in the single at World Cup 3 in Sabaudia and came 8th. So it would have been fantastic to see her racing out here. But she will not be racing Perry, because Perry is on the course now for Edinburgh University, rowing over the course.
So somebody said to me, why don't they just go through? Why do they have to row over?
Now, I don't know what the technical reason is for, but...
We'll make something up.
Well, because I think as the umpire, you want to be sure that the crew has won regardless of oppos there or not. You want to be sure that they are capable of getting down the course. But from a rower's point of view, also, you've trained for this. You want to, effectively pull the trigger regardless if the oppo's there or not. You want to get out on the course. But in the early rounds, when you have a row over, it is a bit of a gift. You're allowed to save your legs for the next round, and that will give you an advantage over the next person you race. Perry out there for Edinburgh Uni, she won gold in the Champ Quads at Bucks, silver in the Champ Double, and 4th in the Champ Single. And she's part of the start programme at the glorious Strathclyde Park and coached by Tom Young. So an easy day at the office for Perry as she gets to row over in this heat of the Championship Single, and it gives us a chance to quickly remind you of some results that have gone through earlier. So just going back to the Championship pairs that raced, we had Newcastle University beat Worcester Rowing Club easily. The combo crew from Leander and Nottingham Rowing Club beat Cambridge University by 1 length. Moving then to the Championship Singles, Thames Rowing Club beat Oxford Brooks Rowing Club by 3.5 lengths. Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club beat Molesey Boat Club by 1 length and 3/4. Nottingham Rowing Club beat Edinburgh University Boat Club B by 4.5 lengths, and Oxford Brooks University B beat Nottingham Rowing Club B by 2.5 lengths.
And you're watching McCluskey here of Edinburgh University rowing over, and my co-commentator here successfully managed not to answer the question, which has moved on to some results. And have you ever won a row over?
I have actually. I famously won a British Champs gold medal in a row over.
Did you?
Shortly after that, they changed the rules.
So that you had to have a bit of competition to win it.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair enough.
I do know of a pair at Henley Royal Regatta who had a row over and managed to get themselves a false start. So nearly got disqualified from their own row over.
That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah.
That would be embarrassing. Yeah, well, hopefully not too many row overs. We've got 3 days of packed racing. The forecast, well, that was all over the place. It's meant to be raining, and clearly it's not. So hopefully a couple of good days of weather. Everybody here nicely relaxed, keeping their distance, and really enjoying being back. Henley Women's Regatta 2021 in all its glory. Right, next up, it should be Young of Edinburgh University and Parker of Cambridge. And right on cue, there they are at the start. So the stake boats and the stake boat personnel. Oh, you mentioned false start, didn't you? And the curse of the commentator.
Is that my first commentator's curse?
The curse
Wow,
of the
look at that.
commentator. Well, I said, there's no wash here, and the Belgrano cruise past, or whatever it's called. How weird is that? How weird is that? Yeah, so the stake boat personnel, they get ferried out there, they don't have to swim. Somebody was asking me that the other year. How do they get there? Well, they're not wet, are they? Clearly they swim. So they'll hold on to the boats now. I don't quite know what went on there. The umpire, we don't have any voice commentary from the umpire. It doesn't look like there's penalised one or the other. So they'll reset. There'll be an aligner down there making sure that their bows are aligned. They will then indicate that to the umpire. And the umpire doing a roll call, raising his red flag, dropping the flag, and this time they're away safely.
Good stuff. So Lily Young, racing for Edinburgh University. She was actually entered in the aspirational singles, but moved up to championship after winning gold in the Champ Quad at Bucks, alongside her crewmates from Edinburgh University. So Lily stepping up to race on the big stage here at Henley Women's. And she is racing Abigail. Abigail was former CUWBC and Radcliffe president, and a multiple blue, winning the silver in Champ Single at Bucks. So hopefully we're in for a cracking race here, but it's looking like the sculler from Cambridge has just taken the lead.
Yeah, she's pushing out there to almost a length going through the enclosure. She got a very, very powerful start. Look at the steering. It's perfect, isn't it? Really good.
I mean, I think the umpire's flag may be twitching for the Cambridge sculler there. She just moved right over to the middle. And that's this part of the race. You don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be wasting speed by steering around the course. She sort of just starts. You can see the stern of her boat. They're just starting to line up with the bow. The umpire's launch. It's a bit early in the race to be playing those games.
Well, as they pass us, we can see that it's just over a length.
Umpire looking very relaxed as they pass the commentary tower here. And the sculler from Cambridge just moved back slightly over to her station. And has just moved out to that length. Again, nice long rhythm from the Cambridge sculler. Hoping to punch through that wash that's just coming under both sculls there now. Lily from Edinburgh Uni there, arguably just sculling slightly shorter, but with that higher rate, seeing if she can get back on terms now. It's by no means over. Cambridge sculler hasn't walked away. Lily's hanging with her as you go into the all-important middle third. This is where you really want to try and turn the screw and decide who's going to come out winning this race. At the moment, the sculler from Cambridge, Abigail Parker, just having the better of Lily from Edinburgh.
Yeah. Looking at these images and just enjoying the view. So this is the boating enclosure that they're just passing through now. Then old blades. They're moving up there towards the lawns, loosely, lawns, grounds of Upper Thames. Then the hedge that marks the boundary with Remenham Club, and the little tent that you can see there on the left, that's where the finish judges are, and that is the finish line, 1,400 metres of pure joy.
And it gives you, that shot gives you a really good view of how the stream can change on the course. You've got the booms marking out a straight course down the river, but of course the river itself has bends and curves, and so one station will be affected by the stream in different ways at different parts down the course. So part of racing at Henley is knowing that, knowing where to push, knowing where the advantage is with you, and really understanding the course. It's not a simple straight line course as you would expect.
It isn't, but you know it runs north-south, pretty much north-south. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Yeah. Good. I'll tell you something you don't know in a minute. London Rowing Club, Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club, Championship Single Sculls. This is race number 43 on the course, and they look as if they are rating high to me. But it's Macro from Plymouth has the advantage as they come up just under our nose in the commentary position here. So this is a tight race. This is a good one.
Yeah, we've got Meg Jackson there for London Rowing Club and Laura Macro for Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club. Meg, who's vice captain London Rowing Club, she's been with London, blimey, a few years now. God, no, must be over 10 years. And Meg is a stalwart of that club, experienced racer, and will no doubt be trying to hunt down the sculler from Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club all the way to the line. Meg from London just moving out there slightly into the middle. Maybe just trying to remind the sculler from Plymouth that this race is a long way from being over. Just giving us something to think about. And still actually just keeping in contact there, which is great to see. Keeping that overlap. Laura sculling from Plymouth there, that nice long rhythm. Looks fairly controlled. Hopefully we'll see a turn of speed as we get towards the closing stage of this race. But Meg has raced at Henley many times before. She knows this course. She knows where that finish line is, so crucially she will know when to push and when to start reeling the sculler back in from Plymouth.
Just about over halfway, I reckon. Moving down through the boating enclosures, so yeah, just broken away. So it's like cutting that thread, isn't it? If you can just get a bit of clear water, you feel that you're probably controlling the race. You know, some scullers quite like coming from behind. It's a bit of a knack, though, isn't it? I mean, it's hard work.
Yeah, you've got to be mentally very, very strong to be comfortable sitting in that position where you see that scull disappear out of your peripheral vision. It can be a bit disheartening because you've no way really of knowing where they are and how far ahead they are, or if you're gaining on them at all. So being able to sit there and actually just think about your own race plan and make changes to get back on track is mentally tough to do. But there are scullers who do it, as you say. There are people that specialise in doing it that way. But as always in rowing, the best way to do it is start fast, get in front, stay in front, and control the race, because you can watch your oppo all the way down the course, as the sculler from Plymouth is doing. She seems to be racing a cruiser as well, so hopefully she'll stay in front of that and avoid the wash. But looking fairly comfortable. Not much change on the rate from the Plymouth sculler.
So, Miss Macro, Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club, competitor number 80, sees the end of that little batch of racing. And Steve, you give us, I think, a few results just to wind this up. So the Army against Tideway Scullers was a win for
Tideway Scullers. Took that one easily from the Army. We then move into our final races that we've had for this set from the Championship Single Sculls. Leeds Rowing Club beat Worcester University by 3.5 lengths. Edinburgh University A was a row over, as we saw. And Cambridge University beat Edinburgh University by 3 lengths. And on course at the moment is the last heat of this Championship Singles, with Plymouth Amateur Rowing Club leading London Rowing Club as we start moving towards Upper Thames, Remenham and the finish line.
We then have a little bit of a break in racing. The next race not due to go off until just moments before 4 o'clock. So we're going to take a breather here for 10 minutes as we watch the final few strokes of Championship Single Sculls. Macro of Plymouth just putting on a little spurt to go across the line, followed in by Jackson of London Rowing Club. Okay, so a bit of a sort of a natural break. I want to thank Steve for his excellent commentary.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me. And I'm really excited to see the rest of these singles races. We've seen some cracking races.
They're
so
good,
far.
aren't they? They're good. They're championship. Well, you would expect from championship it to be top notch, but close, competitive, really, really good racing. Lovely to be back, Steve. Thank you so much for popping in, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time, just before the race at 4 o'clock, which I can tell you is the aspirational lightweight single sculls.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Henley Women's Regatta 2021. If you're just joining us, you're joining us for the aspirational lightweight single sculls race number 47 this afternoon. We're deep into the heats now between Mortlake, Natalie Saker and Victoria Norton from Reading University. Two very, very high quality scullers here. We're just seeing them come off the start past the end of the island, and we're expecting to see quite a tussle between these two scullers as the event goes on.
Thank you.
Victoria Norton has been overtaken by Natalie Saker from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. Victoria Norton came 13th in the lightweight intermediate singles at Bucks Regatta just a few weeks ago. For those that aren't aware, the Bucks Regatta is the premier rowing regatta for student athletes up and down the country. So perhaps a disappointing start to her for this race, but it is all still to play for on this Henley Women's Regatta course. And just as we see there, fantastic shot of the scullers coming down, and you can see there Natalie Saker of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha just stretching out her lead over the Reading University sculler. Looking very, very comfortable, of course. The scullers that make it through these early rounds will be racing up to another 3 or 4 times this week. So as soon as you've got that clearance, as soon as you're securing your race, the aim then is to save and reserve as much energy as possible for the later rounds. And we can see that there from Natalie, just taking her rate down a little bit, but still keeping a very, very nice technique, just widening up that gap between her and Victoria Norton of Reading University. Just as we come down now into the latter parts of this race, you can see both scullers keeping a lovely tiny line. Those that are more familiar with the Henley course will have many, many stories of scullers, especially those that haven't got a cox on board. Unfortunately, getting a little too close, a little too comfortable with the booms and making contact. But both scullers here looking very, very comfortable as they come down the course into the last 500 metres or so. It's still Natalie Saker of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Rowing Club that's leading Victoria Norton of Reading University in this, the first heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls. Just coming into the last couple of metres now of this, the first heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls. Welcome back. Just looking now at the second heat of the lightweight single sculls at Henley Regatta 2021. On the Berkshire station, you've got Surrey University's Sarah Kennedy, and on the Buckinghamshire station, Newcastle University's Millicent Phantom.
Race 49.
My apologies there, we're actually on race number 49. We're getting through these heats quicker than we imagined. On the Berkshire station, we have Coleraine, and on the Buckinghamshire station, Surrey University. Sasha Kennedy, the sculler from the University of Surrey, placed second in the intermediate lightweight singles at Bucks Regatta just a couple of weeks ago, so definitely a strong performance here coming out.
So just listening to the public address system here at the course, it seems they've got a race behind, and nobody wants to mention that on the course is Dalzell of Coleraine Grammar School, Ireland, and Kennedy of Surrey University. Now, this is race number 49. It is the aspirational lightweight single sculls. We've got 4 of these races in this batch. Next up, it's Cambridge University Anderson against Oxford University Lightweight Wake. That's the batch of 4. Then we move on to the aspirational club Coxless Fours. 4 of those races. Then the lightweight singles. You get the idea. All the information is on the website. We'll be giving you a roundup of the results after each sort of batch of races. Racing goes through till just about 5 to 6 this afternoon. Lightweight single sculls, then the Coxless Fours, lightweight single sculls, whole host of double sculls right the way through to the end of racing this afternoon. As I say, if you go onto the website, you can pick up the results. We will give you results, and this particular race sees Kennedy of Surrey University with a decent lead as they go down to the finish. Back up to the start. It's an Oxford-Cambridge battle here. Cambridge University on the near side, the dark blue of Oxford on the far side. Camera angle not brilliant here, but what do you say? I reckon it's the Oxford sculler that's ahead.
I would agree. I think it's Hazel Wake from Oxford University Women's Lightweight Boat Club that's ahead, and that would make sense. Looking back at our box results from the intermediate lightweight singles, Hazel came bronze in that position, took home a medal, whereas Eureka Anderson of Cambridge only managed a 16th place finish. So I think I'd be expecting the Oxford Scholars to make an early lead here, and it looks like she absolutely has. Just as they come past our commentary position here, I think a fairly comfortable lead for the Oxford Scholar. And the question, of course, remains whether she can hold this out for the rest of the race. But so far looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and they're coming past our position now. So we're about a third of the way down the course. So they've reached the end of the enclosure. And it's a lead there of, what would you say that is, a couple of lengths?
I'd say about a couple of lengths, absolutely. But I have to say, the Cambridge Scholar, despite being down a couple of lengths already, looking very, very relaxed, very, very composed. So perhaps she's got a little more horsepower in the legs than she's given at the moment, but looking very, very happy.
Right, moving through past our commentary position and the church, heading up towards the offices and boating enclosure, which will mark the halfway. It looks to me as if Oxford comfortably in the lead here and in control. We'll give you a roundup at the end of this race of the results and then move on to the Aspirational Club 4s, which sees Vesta A, Vesta B. Blimey, we've had that already in the 8s today. As luck would have it. Well, I bet they're pleased with the way the draw's fallen for them. Imagine racing your own club mates and doing it twice in the same day. Cambridge University, Oxford University lightweight, and it's the lightweight of Oxford Wake taking it home here as she moves down the course and towards Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Yes, as we just come into the last few metres of this race, the last aspirational lightweight single sculls of the day, we see the Oxford sculler taking her lead fairly easily, and as I probably expected given the results at Bucks just a few weeks ago. So just as we wait for this race to finish, let's just take a quick look back at the lightweight singles from the last 4 races. So starting with race number 47, it was Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club by 3 lengths that beat Reading University. Following on from there, it was University of Surrey that came out on top over Newcastle University. Easily the verdict is there, so decimation for Newcastle University. The race just before this, race number 48, University of Surrey beat Coleraine Grammar School Northern Ireland by 4 lengths. And we're just waiting for this Oxford-Cambridge battle to end, but we're expecting it to be another win for Oxford.
And we look at the Oxford sculler there gently heading towards the finish line. The red flag is dropped on the next race up, Vesta A, Vesta B. A crew, Berkshire Station nearest to us. The B crew over on the far side towards the middle of the river, 1,400 metres. Flat out, clubmate against clubmate. And the A crew rating probably a pip or 2 higher than the B crew, and as they move through the enclosure they look to have taken just about a length's lead.
Yeah, I'd say so. That A crew just coming through, just showing the strength of their slightly higher standing. Quite a difficult thing to do, to race your own clubmates at the sort of half of it's quite relaxed, being able to go out against your own, but at the same time it's still just as bloodthirsty as it would be if you were racing anyone else. Lovely drone shot there of the crews as they come through, and it just looks to me as though that A crew is stepping out, opening up clear water, and I think by the end of this race the A crew is going to have quite a comfortable win.
They're passing our commentary position now, and it's a length and a half lead to the A crew, still maintaining a high rate of striking and continue to move away from the B crew as they leave our commentary position there. You can see from the drone they're now heading down. There's the church just nestling in the background. Another 20 strokes will see them to the halfway mark. Vesta A leading Vesta B.
Just see the names there of the Vesta A crew come up on screen. This is the crew that's striking slightly higher and just opening up that lead over their Vesta counterparts. As much as a difficult thing to do to race your own teammates, but Vesta A are making this course look easy.
Yeah, the next round of racing we've got here continues with the Aspirational Club Coxless 4s, Wallingford Thames, and then we have London against Cantabrian and Lee against Tyne Rowing Club. They're the next batch of races. Up which will take us up towards 4:30. Racing due to finish this evening at just about 5 to 6. Vesta A continue to lead in this race, and as they now approach what is the start of the Upper Thames enclosure, Upper Thames area, they will start to, I presume, wind down. Though the last time I said that, a crew put on a spurt just for the cameras. But it looks very much as if they've got this in the bag. 1,400 metres, a nice sprint, a good healthy lead, and then control the race. Underway now, we have the next heat, Wallingford against Thames. And the boat slightly skewing around there with the effort going on. The umpire is warning. Looks like he's warning Wallingford to move just over to their side. Thames, strong, solid, good, punchy strokes. Wallingford had to make that manoeuvre under the instructions of the umpire. But from that drone angle, they're not letting them get away. It looks like that bow ball is creeping up.
It does, absolutely. And it's always a difficult thing being pushed off your course, off the end of the island. It's a really difficult thing for crews to do, especially without a Cox on board. But it does look like Wallingford are not going to let Thames have an easy ride. They're coming back on them hard. And just as they come past our commentary position here,
there is overlap. Yep, there is overlap.
Definitely a good show from Wallingford here today. And it could be, if they've got the horsepower there and they've got the grit and determination to come back from their little steering mishap earlier on, it could be that they can come through Thames and take a win here. But it's always still to play for.
Well, it's Coxless. There is a bit of wash. Although it's a straight course, you've got to watch your steering. It's absolutely imperative that you don't get caught out. Now you see where you have a crossing point, which is a gap in the booms. All too often you see a crew just get drawn over toward the booms and then bang, they hit it. And they are very, very unforgiving. So plenty to contend with. Not as easy as just going down a nice wide river. This is side by side, but Thames have done a good job there. They just seem to have firmed up. The rate didn't really go up, but they just seem to firm up and just managed to get a bit of clear water between themselves and Wallingford.
Yeah, Wallingford had a really strong recovery after their initial bit of trouble off the island, but it looks like Thames have held on. Can't say whether the bucket hat at the bow of the Thames crew has assisted in that at all, but their steering has definitely been strong. And as far as they haven't been drawn into the booms and have so far managed to successfully avoid any real calamity. It looks to me as though they're both taking the rate down now slightly. Thames still with that strong stroke, easing away from Wallingford.
Yeah, Thames there looked to have done enough in this race. Wallingford gave it a real go early on. Recovered well from their umpire warning, but Thames just a bit too strong. And they move down towards the finish. And next up
on the course, the third race of this Aspirational Club Fours. We've got London Rowing Club against Canterbury Rowing Club. Cantab's out in force this year at Henley Women's Regatta. A strong programme based in Cambridge. It'll be interesting to see how they manage in this next race.
Well, we can watch the start here as we see Thames to the right of your screen just putting in a little bit of a show towards the finish line. And the top of your screen, you've got London nearest to us, Cantabs on the far side. Red flag drops and they're off. They're just lengthening out, maintaining a high rate. And can't see from that angle. Can we see from another angle who seems to have the edge?
It looks to me as though London have just got the slightly better start there. Cantab's a little bit sluggish off the start. Whether they'll come back is yet to be seen. But I think already we can see there, just in the shot, that London have already eased out. Perhaps even to a length, depending on how misleading this angle is.
Yeah, it could be a length, although Cantabs haven't dropped their rate of striking. They're still rating nice and high, but it's London who have pulled away as they approach us now. It's looking like London who are going to pass the line in front of me now. And Cantabs pass now. That's a couple of lengths.
It is indeed not a great start for Cantabs. We heard from Tom, the head coach of the women's side at Cantabs, just last week, and he was talking about the structure they have in place at Cantabs, and this won't necessarily be a bad race for them. It's all about the experience, about going out and learning something. So for Cantabs being faced with a very, very strong London crew, there's absolutely plenty to learn from here, and I'm sure they'll come back even stronger later on in the season and early next year as well, if they don't manage to topple London, which at the moment is looking unlikely. Although London seem to be coming a little bit close to the booms on this side for my liking. Just a quick look around there from the bow girl. Just trying to ease away from the booms and avoid what would be a cataclysmic collision at this point in the race.
Yeah, London, they're pressing home their advantage. Moving down now towards probably about the last third of the course. And it's really been a good afternoon here. Weather-wise, nothing to complain about. A little bit of cloud, but that's nothing that's going to look like rain, which was forecast. And the conditions out there, absolutely lovely. The odd boat going past, but not kicking up too much wash. London there, headed down towards the finish. Next up, we have the final final race in this sort of batch of aspirational club fours, and it's Lee up against Tyne Rowing Club.
I think just as you were talking there, we had a little bit of a clash with the booms from London. I don't think Cantab saw that. Would have been a perfect opportunity for them to capitalise on a little bit of an issue. But London did recover fairly quickly and don't seem to be too fazed by it at all.
Well, that's the trouble. If you wind down too much, you can lose concentration. So just keep it sharp, keep knocking it along, keep it crisp, and they're into their last sort of 10-15 strokes there before they cross the finish line. So, as I say, on the left-hand side of your screen, you have Lee in the bright orange with the orange blades, and they're up against Tyne. Now you see there the young lady at bow has got her hand in the air, indicating to the umpire that they're not ready, not straight, not ready. Generally this is the cox's role in a cox boat, but the fear here is you let your hand off and then you've got to settle. Happy, and they are off. And good crisp start there by the look of it from Tyne.
Yes, absolutely. Tyne seemed to have the slightly better start there. Lee, perhaps, as we said, slightly phased by having to steer off the start right up to the last second. Tyne definitely looking like the stronger crew, but Lee coming back strong. Yep, as we said, Tyne there coming through really, really strong, looking to open up an early lead over Lee and as we saw in the last race from Thames, just solidify that lead and then row it home nice and gently. Of course, the crews that win here today will be back racing tomorrow, and hopefully for them over the rest of the weekend as well. So as soon as you've got that dominant position, your next challenge is to conserve your energy and your power into the next race.
Yeah, the Lee got a bit to do here, but a very, very tidy start from Tyne. And really good. They pass us, looking fully in control. And the lead digging deep, approaching about a third way down the course, and Tyne really are motoring here, looking very, very good indeed.
Yeah, I have to say that Tyne crew are looking very, very comfortable, very, very strong stroke, very composed, very relaxed. But you can see at the catch at the start of the stroke when the blades enter the water, they're looking very, very comfortable and drawing through all the way, giving themselves that power, allowing them to rate a little lower than the lead crew, but still have that really, really nice boat speed, that really nice run that's allowing them to keep their lead over their opposition as we enter the last two-thirds, almost last half of this race. This is the last race of the Aspirational Club Coxless Fours. After this, we'll have another batch of 4 of Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls before a large block of Championship Double Sculls and then another block of Aspirational Club Fours. That's all to come with a little more racing as well afterwards, up until about 5 to 6, and then you can join us again about 6:30 for the time trials for the J16 events later on this afternoon.
So we're watching Tyne here, winding down, paddling towards the finish. Next up, it will be the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls with Singham of Albright up against Tijsen, I think you pronounced that, from Wallingford.
And just as we wait for those Single Sculls races to get underway, let's take a quick look back at the last few races in these Aspirational Club Fours. The first race between the two Vesta crews, it was the A crew that came out on top by 2.5 lengths, a fairly comfortable margin for the top crew there from Vesta. In the second race, it was Thames Rowing Club that eat out on Wallingford by 1 3/4 length at the finish line. The race just before now, London Rowing Club beat Cantabs by 4 lengths, and I think we're about to see a victory from Tyne Rowing Club over Lee, bar some kind of disaster. We can see there the umpire's flag just dropping in our next race of the day, which is race number 55, the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls between Wilbert Rowing Club, Singham and Wallingford Rowing Club, Thames. And it looks to me as though the Wallingford rower has got a bit of an early lead, coming out perhaps slightly more to the centre of the course than the umpire would like to see, but she seems okay at the moment. Whether that will continue for the rest of the race is yet to be seen. Umpire's flag hidden behind her back, not making an appearance yet. But both scullers a nice tidy start, nice and clean, off the end of the island. As we follow these scullers down towards the visitors' enclosure, we can see there's actually only about half a length in it with the Wallingford sculler leading the Walbrook sculler by just under a boat length. You might have just heard in the background the PA here at Henley Women's Regatta. It is Thiessen from Wallingford Rowing Club who's leading out Singham from Wallingbrook. But it's not a huge margin. And in fact, the Walbrook sculler has definitely closed up a few inches since we last saw them. So it's all to play for in the remainder of this race as we enter the last 2/3 or so.
This is fantastically close on the way up to the competitors' enclosure and the boating area.
If you're just joining us, we're just following the race number 55 between Singham of Walbrook Rowing Club and Thiessen of Wallingford Rowing Club on the far side of your picture. It looks to me as though the sculler from Walbrook is still... Sorry, it looks to me as though the sculler from Wallingford is still in the lead. Whether that will last is yet to be seen. We saw very, very tight racing just a few moments ago, so it'll be really interesting to see what's going on in this race once the camera angle comes back around. And just on the slightly larger screen, in fact the full screen now, we're seeing the next race of the aspirational lightweight single sculls getting underway. That is from Devil's Elbow Rowing Club, Katie Cooper and Zara Guter-Price from Grosvenor Rowing Club on the far side of your picture. Again, a clean start from both scullers, but it looks to me as though it is the Devil's Elbow sculler, Katie Cooper, who's had the slightly stronger start, is just trying to eke out a lead over her competitor, but Zara from Grosvenor is absolutely not letting her get away at this early stage in the race. Both racing quite high, perhaps slightly higher than we saw in the previous races. Interesting to see how this continues and when they choose to settle into their race rhythm.
Unbelievable. Testament. How drunk can you be to get here? Yeah, brilliant. You can't be coming in it.
It is the boat from Devil's Elbow.
So just coming back in now into about the halfway mark of race number 56. Devil's Elbow Rowing Club, Katie Cooper against Grosvenor Rowing Club Zara Gutta Price. And it looks to me as though the Devil's Elbow Sculler is just eking out her lead. I imagine clear water between her and her competitor, both looking quite composed, dealing with the occasional little bit of wash from launches going past. But on the whole, both looking fairly comfortable. But you can see there in your screen, a little bit hard to see. We've got some slightly more useful angles here on my screen. But it looks as though the Grosvenor Sculler isn't letting her get away. She's hanging on for dear life. Very, very difficult in a boat without a cox. You can't see your competitors. You can just about see their blades in your peripheral vision. Very hard to have that motivation once you're down to try and claw your way back. But both scullers looking very, very comfortable, with the Grosvenor Rowing Club Sculler trying to make her way back into the race. Is it too late at this stage? I wouldn't say so, but definitely a race to keep an eye on. And you can see that on the left-hand side of your photo, of your video even, race number 57 has got underway between Edinburgh University's Frischman and St Andrew University's Cameron. Both very high standard scullers here. The Edinburgh University sculler, Mia Frischman, won gold in the beginner single, beginner quad and beginner 8 at Berks a couple of weeks ago. So a very, very strong rower, not only on the sculling side, but on the sweep side as well. Not to be outdone, however, Jodie Cameron of the University of St Andrews is currently being coached by ex-Olympian Alan Sinclair. She is off to Cambridge University next year. And at Berks a few weeks ago, she came 6th in the championship lightweight single sculls. But we can see that just as they come past our commentary position here, it looks to be the sculler from St Andrews, Jodie Cameron, who's just eking out her lead over the sculler from Edinburgh University. Whether Mia from Edinburgh has got more to give later on in this race is yet to be seen. She's definitely a talented athlete. But has she come up against her match here? That is yet to be seen. But an exciting race. And just to skip back to the previous race as well, on the right-hand side of your screen, the battle between Devil's Elbows, Katie Cooper, and Zara Gutta Price of Grosvenor Rowing Club. It looks to me as though Zara has in fact come through the Devil's Elbow sculler and is currently looking to take a fairly comfortable win. We can see there the St Andrews sculler in this race number 57, who's eked out a lead over Mia Frischman of Edinburgh University. As we said, both highly talented scullers, both finishing in A finals at Berks Regatta. The Edinburgh sculler claiming 3 golds over that weekend. Whether she's got the power, the energy left after such an expenditure is left to be seen. And we'll wait for a slightly more useful camera angle. But definitely a race unfolding here. There we have the sculler from St Andrews. As we saw off the start, Jodie Cameron coming through. Definitely a tight battle unfolding there. It's difficult to know from this angle exactly who is in the lead, but neither of these scullers are letting go. But let's just for a moment flip back to the image on the left-hand side of your picture. The third race in this round of, the fourth race in this round of 4 of the aspirational lightweight single sculls. Oxford University's Wellstead against Thames Rowing Club's Morgan. Looks to be another tight race, and just as they come past our commentary position here, there's about 2/3 of lengths in it for the Thames sculler. Just opening up an early lead. Natalie Morgan from Thames with that early lead there. The sculler, however, that is hanging on to Natalie Morgan from Thames Rowing Club is Katie Wellstead of Oxford University Lightweight Women's Rowing Club. She was in the Oxford Lightweight Blue Boat this year at Ely. The Oxford Lightweight Blue Boat didn't come out victorious this year. It was Cambridge who took the win. But definitely a high-performance centre and definitely a high-performance sculler to keep an eye on. But it looks to me as though Thames is stretching out a fairly comfortable lead in about the halfway point of this race.
So what's the commentary upstairs versus down here?
Okay, next up we have Championship double sculls. Reading Rowing Club and a London Rowing Club Wallingford composite. No, that's actually a load of rubbish. We have got Cambridge University and Reading University. This is race number 59. This is Championship double sculls. And at the beginning of the enclosure, it looks very much as if Cambridge University have a light sort of lead, would you say? Would you agree?
I would say so. I would agree.
You've got young eyes, you can see better than me.
I would. I've got glasses on, just like you. I wouldn't claim to be the best seer around here, but I'm not surprised by Cambridge's early Anushka Fenley, one of the rowers in this boat, victorious blue, in fact, this year at the 2021 boat race up in Ely. Different course to usual, but it was almost a Cambridge clean sweep over the year. You can see in the other boats Rachel Heap and Olivia Morgan of Reading University. Olivia Morgan previously at Shiplake College, a very, very successful junior, and in fact this championship double was the one that won gold at Bucks just a few weeks ago. And it looks like there's just a couple of feet in it, just over a canvas between these two crews. Cambridge seems to have dropped back behind the Reading crew. Reading, of course, a high-performance sculling centre here in the UK. The only university, in fact, to have a sculling-only programme.
Cambridge are really pushing them all the way down the course at the moment. Cambridge rating slightly higher, slightly longer in the water, but Reading are just managing to hold them off for the moment.
And we can see there that it is Olivia Morgan and Rachel Heap of Reading University opening up their lead over Cambridge University. Cambridge perhaps slightly disappointed with this showing, but there is still plenty to come. They are not out of the woods yet. You can see there both crews looking very, very happy, very, very composed as they come into the last third or so of this race. Cambridge perhaps getting a little bit close to the booms for my liking. but they don't seem to have crashed yet, and that is the main priority. Both boats with a really lovely strong rhythm. Looking very comfortable in this race. Starting to cloud over a little bit here in Henley on Thames, nestled in the Thames Valley. Sun seems to have gone away, not that the rowers will mind. A cloudy, warm day is perfect conditions for rowing, and in fact the on-water conditions are just as nice as well. Lovely flat water, only the occasional horns chuffing past to disturb the peace. If you haven't managed to get down here this year for Henley Women's Regatta, it is a lovely event as ever. Lots of spectators here cheering on, or clapping on I should say, the crews that they're choosing to support. But if you haven't managed to get down, don't worry at all. You can enjoy all the action from home over the weekend on our YouTube live stream. But just now, checking back in with this race between Reading University and Cambridge University in this, the first championship double sculls. Reading University has started to come through and looking very, very happy indeed as they continue down this course. Cambridge University, as we said, not looking quite as strong as perhaps they would have hoped, but we can do our very best, is what they'll be thinking. And in fact, after a very, very successful year, Cambridge University in fact took the Victor Lodorium at Bucks Regatta this year on the women's side. So a very, very successful programme from them this year. It just doesn't look like they've got the might this year at the moment to topple Reading University. There'll be a slight break in a moment in the racing programme between this race and our next, which will start at hopefully around 6 minutes to 5. In that gap, we'll bring you some of the latest results that have just come through on our screen. We'll just wait for this race to finish between Reading University and Cambridge University. There are a great shot of Olivia Morgan and Rachel Heap, winners of the gold in the championship double sculls at Bucks Regatta a few weeks ago. A good row from them. They'll be very, very happy with that. They'll be taking the boat off the water and getting back to wherever they're staying over this weekend to recuperate and rest for their next race. It will be race 192 tomorrow, when they will race another very strong, no doubt, double scull. We can just see that Cambridge University perhaps slightly deflated with that result, but nothing to be embarrassed about at all. A very, very strong Reading double, and the Cambridge crew hung on for all of the race, and after an exhausting year of the boat race and then at Bucks recently, they've got nothing to be ashamed of at all. So in this slight break, as we wait for the next round of the Championship Double Sculls to get underway, let's just take a quick look back at some recent results. So the last batch of aspirational lightweight single sculls saw a clean sweep on the Buckinghamshire station, in fact. So we started off this little batch with Walbrook Rowing Club versus Wallingford Rowing Club. It was Wallingford who took the win by 2.5 lengths. Following on, it was Grosvenor over Devil's Elbow by 1.5 lengths. And in the third race, University of St Andrews by about a length over Edinburgh University. And in the last race of the day for the aspirational lightweight single scull, it was the sculler from Thames Rowing Club over that of Oxford University Lightweight Women's Boat Club. It was very, very comfortable 4 lengths indeed. And in fact, that 4-length lead and victory over the line was just replicated by Reading University over Cambridge University in the first race of the Championship Double Sculls. In just a moment, we'll bring you the next Championship Double Sculls race, which will be between Tideway Sculler School and Oxford Brooks. Promises to be an absolutely fantastic race. 2 very, very strong programmes, 1 university and 1 club, of course. But definitely a race to keep an eye on. In just a few moments, that race will be going off. So, in just a few moments, we will see the next Championship Double Sculls race go off between Tideway Scullers School and Oxford Brookes. Straight after that, we're straight into another high-impact race with Reading Rowing Club against a composite London Rowing Club and the Wallingford Rowing Club B crew. We'll then have a brief break until about 5:10, at which point we'll see some more aspirational club cogs as fours, followed by a whole batch of aspirational double sculls, which will take us up to just before 6 o'clock this evening. From then on, there'll be a brief break, and then we'll be back with you for commentary over the J16 time trials in the quad and the 4, up until about 7 o'clock this evening. Just coming under starters orders now. Tideway Scullers School and Oxford Brookes, and they're off from the shadow of Temple Island. Both crews getting out nice and strong. Brookes look to be rating a little bit higher out of the start. Scullers with that classic, slightly shorter stroke. Looks like they have a little bit of a steering issue, having to swerve quite violently towards the near bank off the start, but they seem to have recovered well. And we'll be looking to catch up with Brookes if they have indeed taken the lead. And just as we come past this first camera position now, it looks as though Oxford Brookes have taken an early lead over Tideway Scullers School by just under a length. They haven't quite managed to break clear water yet. Oxford Brookes, of course, one of the powerhouses of rowing in Europe, most famous perhaps for their work on the sweep scene, especially on the men's side. A 1-2-3 at Bucks earlier this year. But even on the women's sculling side, putting a very, very powerful display out here. And just as they're coming past our commentary position at the moment, it looks as though there's about a foot in it. So Tideway Scullers School have indeed closed up the gap up on Brookes, and their experience in these smaller boats is starting to show through. Both crews rating very, very high. And it's really quite difficult to see from this angle exactly who is coming through, but I wouldn't be surprised if Scullers manage to get a burst of energy and push through. A very, very strong Brookes crew, but neither crew letting up yet. Still looks to me as though Brookes are perhaps rating slightly higher, but both crews can't afford at the moment to relax too much.
It's still neck and neck. Scullers still rating slightly higher. Brookes rating slightly lower, but with a slightly longer stroke. But really, I couldn't call the gap between the two of them. That's right. Scullers are up.
And it looks to me as though Tideway Scullers have come through and are looking to open up a lead over Brookes. Definitely at least half a length in there, perhaps even more, and I'm sure over the next few metres we'll see that gap open up even more. As we said earlier on, really, really discouraging for the crew that's lost behind to stay on course, especially without a cogs on board, giving you that motivation. Staying in touch with the crew that's disappeared from your peripheral vision is very, very difficult. But Brookes making it look easy, staying nice and composed, nice and relaxed, nice long stroke, hitting over and over again. But it is Tideway Scullers that are opening up a lead in this, the second race of the day for the Championship Double Sculls here at Henley Women's Regatta 2021. We've got a packed day of racing this afternoon and evening, and of course over the weekend as well. So do make sure you're tuning in to our live streams and following us on Instagram and Twitter for all the latest updates as well. Do let us know if you know anything about the crew. It's always interesting to hear what they're up to. But just focusing in at the moment on this battle between Tideway Scullers School and Oxford Brookes University, it looks to me as though Tideway Scullers have continued to be dominant over Oxford Brookes. And I wouldn't be surprised at this point if there's in fact clear water between the two crews. As we said earlier on, both of these clubs very, very well known on the domestic scene, both very, very strong. But it looks as though, in this instance at least, it will be Tideway Scarlets that come out on top of a very hard fought, very well fought battle. And we're off for the third race, in fact, of the Championship Double Sculls. Reading Rowing Club against a composite London Rowing Club, Wallingford Rowing Club B crew on the Buckinghamshire station, so furthest away from you. Both crews again had a fairly clean start. Difficult to judge at this point exactly who is in the lead. On the far side of your screen, you can see the London Rowing Club crew number 180.
Yeah, come and say bye before you go.
Seem to have had a fairly strong start, and indeed you'd expect it from the pedigree in this boat. Jess Eddy and Katie Greaves, both silver medalists at the Rio Olympics, have recently retired from international rowing but don't seem to have let up on their training at all. In fact, Jess Eddy recently broke the women's 1 hour record as part of the big row for British University, but there isn't much in it as we come past the commentary position here.
Both boats have kept the stroke long, but at the moment it's Wallingford with that very slight lead. No more than a couple of feet. This is another fantastic race coming past the commentary tower.
And you can see there that fantastic drone shot. There isn't much in it at all between these two crews. Both very, very strong pairings of scullers. It's just going to come down to who has the grit, who has the push to break their opponents as we come into the second third of this race.
Potentially up by no more than a couple of feet. But like I said, they're both really hammering at each other. No one can really make that breakaway. No one can open up a gap between the other boat. So it looks like this is going to be a fantastic race all the way to the finish.
Okay, Jack, over to you. Dead level, dead level.
And it looks to me as though it's the Wallingford London composite of the Rio silver medalists that are just managing to break away from the Reading Rowing Club crew, but neither crew giving up too easily. But I would have to comment on the composure of that Wallingford crew, looking very, very relaxed. Despite being in a very tight race, they're not letting their nerves show. Looking very, very comfortable down this course.
You might want to just say that.
Let me just correct what we had on our sheets. We've just been told that, in fact, the Wallingford crew isn't as it says on the crew lists. Unfortunately, both of the original scullers have had to pull out due to COVID-related reasons. So we've got a couple of scullers here replacing them. Katie and her sister Caroline, so sister pairing here. Presumably coming into this boat fairly late on, perhaps not even expecting to row, even just a few days ago. But despite that shock, despite being chucked into a boat at the last minute, they're looking very, very comfortable, very, very happy, and have really capitalised on their experience to come through. Making headway against the Reading Rowing Club crew. So I would imagine it will be the Wallingford Rowing Club crew that is successful, but as always, it still is all to play for in the last few hundred metres of this race.
Close.
Indeed, as we come into the last little section of this race, it's very, very close between the two crews, and in fact, as the camera pans around, and get a better idea, but it is Katie Greaves and her sister Caroline rowing in this boat of the Wallingford crew that is just managing to stay ahead of the Reading Rowing Club. But Reading aren't letting go at this point. They're staying with them, and it looks to be about half a length at this point. And just as we cross the line, it's a win for Wallingford, but not a comfortable win. Whether they'll pay for that later on in the regatta is yet to be seen. But a fantastic race to watch for all those on the banks down here in the Thames Valley, and indeed for all of you at home as well. We'll take a brief break now until around 5:10, at which point we will be switching back to the aspirational club Cox's Falls for a match between Leeds and Nottingham. But just before we go, we'll have a quick look at the results from the last few races. So the last two that we've seen in the Championship double sculls. We saw Tideway Scullers School take on Oxford Brookes University. Scullers came out on top after a very, very tight first half of the race. Scullers managed to break Brookes and win by about 2.5 lengths. And in the race we've just watched, it was by only about half a length, Wallingford Rowing Club beating Reading Rowing Club. So Wallingford will be progressing to the latter stages of this competition. But as we said, a brief break now until around 5:10, when we'll be back with you for the aspirational club Cox's Falls.
Okay, you'll join us for the last batch of races here. We have Championship doubles sculls, Tideway Scullers School, Oxford Brooks. No, we've had that. We'll start again, shall we? Right, 5 Academic Club 4s. This is Nottingham against Leeds. This batch of races in the aspirational Club 4s sees Nottingham, Leeds, Worcester, Oxford, Tideway Scullers School, Mortlake, and then Curlew against Marlow. Double sculls then sees us right through to the end. So the round of the double sculls due to take place at 5 with the last race at 5 to 6. So shortly coming up we'll see the start of Nottingham nearest to us on the Berkshire station, and on the Buckinghamshire station it's Leeds Rowing Club.
I'd say a double shot ends. Means you get.
I'm normally there. Someone's question. They are almost ready to go in the aspirational club Coxless 4s. Nottingham Rowing Club leads, Nottingham near side leads on the far side, and always nice to watch a start right from the roll call. The crew's settling down, the flag is up, and they are away. Nice clean start from both crews. Probably Nottingham looked a bit crisper, would you say?
I would say so. I'd say so. It's very, very difficult for the likes of Leeds Rowing Club nearest that island. You've got the shadow of the trees pushing you out, and that's very, very oppressive in those first two strokes. So Nottingham perhaps had the slight advantage there, which allowed them to have that crisp, sharp start. But as we just fly overhead now, there's barely anything in it, really, in these first few strokes.
No, it is nice and close. There's the drone pad. A couple of drones this year, they operate from there. Well done to those guys. And here is one of their drones now, following the boats, and you can get a good idea here of the speed that these Coxless 4s are travelling at. And having done their sprint off the start, now settling down into a race rhythm, it's Nottingham that have the advantage over Leeds, and it looks to be, as they pass our position now, probably just about 3/4 of a length to Nottingham. Nottingham will now try and use that advantage. One of the tricks of the trade, gamesmanship if you like, is to just try and nudge over, so you're giving your competitors some sort of dirty water to row in. So the puddles there from the leading boat, hitting the stroke rhythm of the crew following. So here we have the first of this round's races, the umpire in the catamaran, not one of the traditional launches that we use at this regatta. So the catamaran getting to tuck up nice and close, umpire keeping an eye, making sure there's no foul play, no flag as yet, and it is Nottingham that still maintain that lead now, just over a length over Leeds.
Yes, Nottingham looking to capitalise on that slightly sharper start that we saw up at the island. And just as they enter the bulk of this race now, they're looking to settle down. It looks to me as though they're taking their rate down just a little bit, just to give themselves that time each stroke to keep that lead healthy, but not expend energy unnecessarily. Because of course the rowers that go through these rounds today will be racing potentially another 2, 3, even 4 times over the rest of the weekend. So it becomes a game about conserving that energy and making sure they can replicate the perfect race again and again and again.
If you just tuned in, the last batch of races we've got side by side before we move into more time trials for tomorrow's racing. The time trials this evening, I think, for the J16s. All the details are on the website. Next race up is Worcester against City of Oxford. This is again for the aspirational Club 4s. So to the right of your screen, we're seeing the closing stages with Nottingham winding down towards the finish, and on the left hand side of your screen it is Worcester, who've got out the blocks ahead of City of Oxford. City of Oxford in the middle of the river, need to be careful, they're getting just a bit close to those booms. And there's a view from the umpire launch. You can see there the distance as they go past us now. There is some 2 lengths between the 2 crews. Sprinkling of applause. A few people here on the towpath. And a fair amount of support, everybody out in the open, everybody being sensible, keeping their distance. And keeping their distance are these 2 crews out on the water. Worcester leading City of Oxford as they go down towards the boating enclosures. That's about the halfway mark, so Worcester with a really good lead in this one over City of Oxford. So we have aspirational Club 4s, 2 more races, Tideway Scullers, Mortlake, and then Curlew and Marlow, and then we move on to the aspirational double sculls, and that takes us through to the end of racing for today. All the highlights you can catch up on YouTube, results on the website, and time trials this evening from around about 6:30. If you have only just tuned in, racing over 1,400 metres. The start moved down this year to the Henley end of Temple Island, and the finish still down by Remenham Club. So obviously previous records will not apply, as we are 100 metres short of the traditional course. And moving now down towards the finish. Worcester Rowing Club, crew 158, setting a nice rhythm down towards the finish line. So they're going now just past the Upper Thames clubhouse and winding down as they reach the finish line. The next race up should be Tideway Scullers and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. That race due to go off at 18 minutes past.
In fact, I believe it's already on the course.
5. Let's have a little search on our cameras here. Yes, indeed, there it is, and a pretty good lead there from Tideway Scullers over Mortlake. Apologies, we missed the start of that one. We stayed with the other race for a bit, but there we are as they're coming past where I'm sat now. I can tell you that it's Tideway Scullers School that have at least 2.5 lengths lead over Mortlake Anglian and Alpha.
We become a sports race between Tideway Scullers and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. And like the
Tideway Scullers still punching away here.
This Tideway Scullers boat is doing exactly the same to Mortlake.
Keeping a good rhythm up there. They're not letting down. They're having a good row here, these girls. Good outing. And they're moving away now to some 3 lengths ahead of Mortlake. The last ones we have in this are Curlew and Marlow. That will be race number 68.
But just now, sticking with that Scullers crew, Scullers out en masse this weekend under the direction of their head coach, Kieran Clark, looking very, very happy, very, very strong. We saw just a few moments ago their double come through a very strong Watson Brooks crew to take a victory by about 1.5 lengths. And it looks to me that this fall is going to even up trump that. Because at the moment, there is absolutely miles between them and the Mortlake Anglian and Alpha crew whom they are racing. But you can see they're just on the left-hand side of your screen, the start of the next race, the last of this batch of the Aspirational Club 4s, between Curlew Rowing Club, closest to you on your screen, and Marlow Rowing Club in the shadow of Temple Island.
Marlow Rowing Club, of course, local club, just a little bit further downstream from this reach. And we can see Tideway Scullers will give a roundup of the results after the next race, after we've seen Curlew and Marlow. We'll just wait here for the umpire. Umpire on their feet. Addressing both crews. Crews acknowledge. And just a question now of those crews getting straight. Well done, Tideway Scullers, as they cross the line, go through to the next round, and the next race is off. So let's have a look at this start. No mishaps, nice and tidy. Curlew really cracking in some strokes there. Thumping away at the start. Marlow perhaps not rating as high, and it's Curlew with the early advantage. Moving through the boating enclosures and still rating high. Slightly different configuration in the rigging in the Marlow boat. They need to keep it straight. They just sort of did a wee bit of a swerve there, you can see quite clear. And here we go, side by side, so it's 3/4 of a length to Curlew.
Yes, Curlew seemed to have capitalised on that slightly quicker, that slightly punchier start, and have come out to about 3/4 of a length over Marlow. Marlow still looking very composed despite being down at this stage. That camaraderie of being in a crew together gives them that strength to push through. And just as we come past the commentary position here, I'd say about 1/2 length to Curlew over Marlow Rowing Club. We spoke about that bucket rigging configuration on the Marlow crew. Doesn't seem to be paying off at the moment, as it is the club from Curlew Rowing Club that has made the early lead. Whether they'll pay for that high punchy start later on remains to be seen, however.
More than 100 and 200 metres. Curlew now are going to have to really settle into their...
Just coming into the latter part of this race, just coming past the boating enclosures now, and Marlow seem to be closing up on Curlew. Perhaps the early victors of this race paid for that slightly higher start. Marlow perhaps looking the slightly more composed, the slightly more technically refined crew as we come towards the last section of this race. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen the boat park. All the competitors there will be waiting to launch their boats for their races later on. And we can see just on that drone shot that it is Marlow that's come through ahead of the club from Curlew, who just can't quite hang on. Marlow, as Martin said earlier on, a local club just downstream, very, very strong programme, often strong showings at the domestic regattas, the Mets, the Marlows, the Metropolitans, and of course the Henley Women's and the Henley Royal Regatta later on in just a few weeks at the beginning of August. But for now, we are here at Henley Women's Regatta 2021, and it is the crew from Marlow that's come through the crew from Curlew Rowing Club in this, the last race of the aspirational club Cox's Falls this afternoon. The winner of this race, of course, will race the very, very strong Tideway Scholars School crew, which we saw just a few moments ago beat Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. And we can see there just the last few strokes for the Marlow crew as they come towards the finish. Plenty of clear water over the Curlew crew, but it looks to me as though the umpire might just have warned, in fact, the crew from Marlow to move back onto their station. It's a bit of a difficult game to play, coming over into your opposition's water. It can be very effective, as we did earlier on, washing down the crew that you're against. But if I was in that Marlow crew, I'd be looking to stay in the umpire's good books and just solidify this race. And just on the left-hand side of your screen there, we can see this, the next race of the aspirational double sculls between Nottingham Rowing Club and Walbrook Rowing Club. But we'll just stick at the moment with this race between Marlow and Curlew. And there we are, a victory for Marlow. They will go on to race Tideway Scholars School tomorrow in the next round, the quarterfinal, I believe, of the aspirational club fours. But now, looking a little bit closer at this aspirational double sculls event, as they're coming past their commentary position here, there's less than a canvas in it. It looks to me as though it is Nottingham Rowing Club that got a little bit quicker and have just solidified a lead early on, but that is by no means done and dusted. There is still plenty to play for in the rest of this race. We can see that fantastic drone shot overhead. Nottingham have just eked out a lead, but you can see it's not quite a canvas. Nottingham will be looking to come back. They can still see them over their right shoulder. They're not letting them go. And perhaps the distortion of the picture, but I think perhaps even they're making a move at this stage as they come down the Thames path and towards the competitors' enclosure. Both coming closer together. Wouldn't be surprised if the Nottingham Rowing Club crew perhaps gets warned by the umpire just to get back onto their station. But as we said, a very, very tight race developing here. Nottingham have just eked out over their competition, just a few feet in it. Everything is still to play for in the rest of this race. There we are, coming down now, about halfway down through this 1400 metre course at Henley Women's Regatta, even 2021. As we said earlier on, a little bit shorter than the standard course, 1400 metres as opposed to 1500 metres, just because of the difference in the stake boats. And because the pontoons don't move, the larger boats will actually be racing a few metres less than the smaller boats. But not that matters for these two crews battling it out down the Henley Reach this evening. It was the Nottingham crew that had the initial advantage, but Walbrook very well may have come back. It'll be good to see exactly what's going on when the camera switches positions, but a tight race to keep an eye on here as we come into its closing stages. There we are. I can just see on my screen now the bows of crew number 212 from Walbrook Rowing Club, 217 even, from Walbrook Rowing Club. Looking very comfortable. Still keeping that rate nice and high, just keeping it ticking over into the last few metres of this race. And we can see there on the left hand side of your picture, the next aspirational double sculls is about to come underway between Marlow Rowing Club and Putney Town. And they're off. Stronger starts for both crews. Looks to me as though Putney could have got the slightly stronger start, but again, it could be slight distortion of the camera angles. But we can see there the slightly smaller picture on the right hand side of your screen. The race is not over between Nottingham and Walbrook. Keep watching that as close to the camera. I think Walbrook have just managed to secure their win here, but we are by no means done in the latter stages of this race. And we can see there, now on the right hand side of your screen, it is the crew from Walbrook Rowing Club who are coming through, having to ramp up their rate by the looks of it to battle what is a very, very strong crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. They initially had the lead and it looks like they've taken the win. Just wait for that result to be confirmed. It's saying suggested on my screen at the moment, so we'll just wait for that confirmed win for Walbrook Rowing Club to come through. And indeed, it is Walbrook who have beaten Nottingham by a length in a time of 4 minutes and 54 seconds. And now we have the full screen picture for this race between Marlow and Putney Town. Marlow look to have come through and in fact have just over a length here. I think they've got just about clear water between these two boats. Marlow, as we said just a few moments ago, in fact when we're looking at the racing between the fours, a very, very strong programme. Not far at all from where we are at the moment. But as we enter this crucial middle section of the race, it will test the tenacity of both of these crews. And the crew that has that grit, that drive and that determination is the one that's going to come out on top today. Just as we pan around that, you can see just the crossover point there. 4 crews heading upstream for their races. Not phasing at all the scullers from Marlow Rowing Club, who look to have taken the rate down a little bit just to conserve the energy for what they hope will be some racing later on in the week. And indeed, bar disaster, it looks as though they will. Of course, if they win this race, they will be facing a Walbrook Rowing Club crew who were pushed very hard today by Nottingham Rowing Club. Whether they'll pay for that later in the week is yet to be seen. And whether this very, very strong Marlow crew will be able to break them is again yet to be seen. But definitely some exciting racing coming up. And if you're not able to make it down here with the fans at the Henley Women's Regatta course in the Thames Valley, don't worry. You can, of course, watch all of the action on our YouTube live streams over the weekend. So just as this race between Marlow and Putney Town comes to a close, we move on to our next little duo of aspirational double sculls, this time between Nottingham County Rowing Association and Greenbank Falmouth. Quite a way out for Greenbank from the foul in Cornwall. But no doubt one that will be worth it for rowing down this spectacular course on what is a pretty spectacular evening in Henley Town. All the crews absolutely loving their day out today, and indeed all the spectators as well. And in fact, I'm quite enjoying my day out as well. It's great to see some racing back on the water after the hiatus caused by COVID-19. So fantastic to see these crews. And in fact, as we see Marlow come towards the finish, looking very, very comfortable, nice and tidy, they'll just be thinking about what they've got lined up ahead of them for the rest of this week. And tomorrow, of course, in race number 127 against Walbrook Rowing Club. But now, a good opportunity to watch a start in all its glory between Nottingham County Rowing Association and Greenbank Falmouth. You can see they're just on the left-hand side of your screen. Just coming under starters' orders now. See the umpire's flag raise up. And the moment that flag drops, knees will go down. Because we'll be drawing through, starting their start sequences. And getting that race underway. But before that, let's just finish off this race between Marlow, who look to be having a fairly comfortable final few hundred metres of this event. And there we are, the flag drops and we're underway in this race number 171, the aspirational double sculls between Nottingham County Rowing Association and Greenbank Falmouth. Pretty strong start for both crews, but it looks to me as though Nottingham have just managed to edge out a little bit earlier. But we will see as our drone hoves into view of these scullers exactly who's got the better start. It looks to me as though there isn't much in it at all at the moment. And here we are, just as they come into the Regatta enclosure. We can see it is Nottingham by a whisker ahead of their opposition from Greenbank Falmouth. They've got a great shot there, just demonstrating how close this race is lined up to be. You can see there on the right hand side our commentary caravan. And as they come past, it's very, very difficult to tell who is in the lead of this race. But it is inch for inch. I think the bow walls are alternating with each stroke that these crews take. Neither is able to stop the race limit. They've got to keep pressing it home, got to keep getting the legs down, and got to keep that momentum up. And both crews so far are successful in doing that. Be interesting to see how this race unfolds over the course of the next 1,000 metres or so. And of course, all that action is to come. Just a quick look ahead. These aspirational double sculls races will take us through to the end of side-by-side racing at about 5 to 6 this evening. Do then join us again after a brief hiatus at around 6:15 for the J16 time trials of the quads and cogs 4s later on. But for now, let's stick with this phenomenal race between Greenbank Falmouth and Nottingham County Rowing Association. And it looks to me as though Greenbank Falmouth have managed to edge out a lead over Nottingham. But this is by no means a done deal. Nottingham still looking very composed, sitting right up in their shell, keeping that boat driving along. But will it be enough to break Greenbank? With the added motivation, of course, of Greenbank of making their journey all the way up from the south of the country. See there the umpire following in their catamaran. These two crews down the course. Haven't yet seen any steering infringements from either of these crews. Both seem to be laser focused on simply winning their first race, their first side-by-side race at Henley Women's this year. And they're going to need all the determination they can get. Greenbank perhaps taking the rate down a little bit now at this stage. Just allowing themselves to conserve energy for what will hopefully be their second race tomorrow. There we are, a fantastic side profile there of the scullers from Greenbank Falmouth, looking very composed, looking very happy as they come into the closing stages of this race. They've managed to edge out on what was a very, very strong Nottingham County Rowing Association crew, but will be finishing this race in style. Now, obviously, the rate starting to drop right down there, suggesting that they have a comfortable lead over their opposition from Nottingham County Rowing Association. As we've said before, of course, very, very difficult if you're down at this stage in the race to have the motivation to come back on a crew that you can't see. But Nottingham are certainly not letting them get away. But let's just dive back to the left-hand side of your screen for the next race, which is unfolding between Kingston Rowing Club A on the left-hand side of your picture and Sudbury Rowing Club on the right-hand side. The winner of this race will likely contest Greenbank Falmouth tomorrow in race number 128. And it looks to me as though it is indeed Sudbury Rowing Club on the right-hand side, on the Buckinghamshire station, who've got a slightly cleaner start, slightly quicker start, and will just be capitalising on that as they come through the Regatta enclosure. And just as they come to the front of the commentary caravan here, I think we have just about a length, although there's not much in it, perhaps a length and a third if you're being picky, but not much in it at all at this stage of the race, with the lead currently in the hands of Sudbury Rowing Club over Kingston Rowing Club's A crew. If Sudbury can maintain their rate and can maintain the power, then they should be lining up for a competition with Greenbank Falmouth tomorrow in race number 128. But it is still all to play for in this race. Kingston, very well known on the domestic sculling scene, as a strong club with a good heritage. And they won't be looking to let their opposition get away lightly. You can see there, compared to the previous race, the rate of the Sudbury crew hasn't been able to drop down quite as quickly, simply because they've still got that Kingston crew on their tail. And we can see that just as we come into the latter stages of this race, probably about a third to go, it is Kingston Rowing Club who are trailing behind Sudbury Rowing Club at this stage of the race. It was very, very tight coming out of the blocks, but Sudbury soon got their lead on and are yet to relinquish it to their competitors from Kingston. Just in the last couple hundred metres or so of this aspirational double sculls race now, and we're expecting it will be Sudbury Rowing Club who come out victorious. They'll be facing off Greenbank Falmouth tomorrow in race number 128 if they are successful. You can see there, despite dropping the rate down, still got a very powerful, very controlled stroke, just dropping the boat at the catch and levering it through, putting on a good show for the last stage of this fourth heat of the aspirational double sculls. Just a brief glance back there from the bowgirl of the Sudbury Rowing Club crew, looking over her right shoulder, no doubt, for the sweet release of the finish. Not quite there yet. but they needn't worry. They've managed to secure a very, very strong lead over Kingston Rowing Club, and it would take something absolutely monumental for them to come back now. But let's flip back up again to the next aspirational double sculls race between Canterbury Rowing Club and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha A crew. So Mortlake on the far side of your picture there, and Cantab's closest to us now. Cantab's being warned there by the umpires in immediate response there from the double. That will slow them down. Every time they steer, they swerve, they're adding meters to their race. That's not what you want to be doing. But it's a necessary evil, unfortunately, at this point in the race. But it doesn't look to have knocked the Cantab's girls' stride at all. And in fact, as they come past our camera here, it looks pretty close. There could even be about half a length in it for the Cantab's crew. We saw Cantab's earlier on today. A very, very strong programme based on the River Cam in Cambridge. Very congested river to train on. Not that that's letting it phase the Cantab's crew. And as they come into just in front of our commentary position here, it is pretty much neck and neck. Just as they pass me, I would say there's about a foot in it for Cantabs, but not much at all. A very exciting race unfolding here between Cantabs and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. Neither of these crews are letting go easily. The Mortlake crew perhaps rating slightly higher by a pip than the crew from Cantabs. That is just their different styles. But it is absolutely neck and neck. Perhaps Cantabs starting to eke out a lead, but you can see there this fantastic drone shot above allows you to see that with each stroke that lead is fluctuating. Cantabs are not secure in their lead at the minute, and Mortlake could absolutely push through. This is a bloody battle, neck and neck, as we come into the competitors' enclosure of Henley Women's Regatta. The Mortlake crew still perhaps rating slightly higher than the Cantabs crew, who are still managing to maintain a lead of just about a canvas, if you're being generous. Very, very impressive from both crews here. They've both dropped down to their race rhythms. Very, very exciting. As we come into the last half or so of this race, there is absolutely nothing in it between these two crews. And we'll wait for the camera to pan round so we can get a better look at these two crews. But it's very, very close indeed. Very exciting. And from a competitor's point of view, this is exactly what you want. You want to be racing tooth and nail for your race as you come down the Henley course. You want to enjoy, you want to battle. And that is exactly what these crews are getting. Just as they come past our camera now, it looks as though Cantabs have managed to eke out a lead. But it's fairly difficult to say at this point, and it is all still to play for. Yep, it looks to me as though Cantabs have about 2/3 of a length over their competitors from Mortlake. But this is by no means a done deal. Keep one eye firmly on this race. In a moment, we'll flip back up to the next race of this, the aspirational double sculls between Reading Rowing Club and Cambridge University. And we're away in this next race of the double sculls, as we said, between Reading Rowing Club and Cambridge University. The Cambridge University crew on the far side of your picture. Rhiannon Mulligan and Rebecca Dale, both in the winning Blondie Reserve crew this year. Dale is a 3-time Blondie crew member from 2019 through 2021 and a former member of Durham University Boat Club. And in fact, she handed in her PhD this week, so congratulations to her. But right now, it's all about what's going down on the Henley course. And so far, Cambridge have managed to eke out a strong lead. Whether they'll be able to extend this, keep it stable, or whether they'll be reeled back in by Reading Rowing Club is yet to be seen. Fantastic shot there of these two crews as they come down past the commentary caravan. You can see there the Cambridge crew have managed to build a fairly strong lead. They've got out of visual range of their competitors from Reading Rowing Club, and that is key. The Reading Rowers will be slightly demoralised. They can't see their crew. They don't know where they are. It takes a glance over the shoulder to even see the stern of their boat. The experience of these Blondie rowers is starting to show. You can see they've just dropped their rate down there. They're comfortable with their position in the boat, in the race even. But looking very, very comfortable, very composed. And in fact, if you're just looking for pure rowing appreciation, an overhead shot of two doubles battling out down the Henley Strait is about as good as it gets. You can see there the Cambridge aspirational double scull, interestingly in a boat borrowed from King's School, Ely neighbours on the River Ouse where the Cambridge crews train. And you can see just behind them, Reading battling a little bit of a wash there from a launch that's just gone past. Cambridge perhaps sitting slightly higher up, a little more comfortable in this part of the race, as you would be, given the lead. Now, you can't see it on your screen yet. In fact, you can now. Just into the penultimate race of the day here at Henley Women's Regatta. You've got Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire station closest to us, and on the Buckinghamshire station on the right hand side of your screen furthest away is a composite Agecroft Strathclyde Park crew who looks to have got the slightly better start over Oxford Brookes, though that could be a slightly deceptive camera angle. I think we're fairly secure in suggesting that it will be the Cambridge crew that are successful over Reading Rowing Club in race 74. So let's take the time now to look at what's another close race that appears to be unfolding between Oxford Brookes and Agecroft Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park Composite. So this is the penultimate race of the day, and as they come past, it is still all to play for. About 3/4 of a length to the composite crew over Oxford Brookes. Brookes, as we said earlier on, absolute titans of the British rowing university scene. Very, very strong showing at Bucks a couple of weeks ago. But it isn't quite enough as of yet to push through ahead of the very, very strong Agecroft Strathclyde Park composite that you can see just edging out ahead of them in this fantastic overhead drone shot here. Both crews coming fairly close together now. I believe the composite crew was warned just a few minutes ago by the umpire. I imagine they're about to get warned again if this kind of close racing continues. But is this drama and excitement that the Henley Stretch has become known for? Of course, if you want more drama after this weekend, be sure to tune in for Henley Royal Regatta starting on the 11th of August in a few weeks' time. But right now, our focus is absolutely on the racing here at Henley Women's Regatta. And we can see there the Cambridge University women's crew in the anti-project race coming through ahead of Reading Rowing Club. And they will be going on to race the crew from the previous race, Canterbury Rowing Club, in tomorrow's race number 129. But you can see now in glorious high quality on the full width of your screen now, the umpire just warning that composite crew again to get back onto their side. They've had a strong start, but if they keep pushing the Brookes crew down with their dirty water and pressuring them into the booms, they could be in line for a warning from the umpire, which wouldn't be a good start to the Henley women's campaign this year. But it hasn't fazed them. You can see they're looking very, very strong. Just dropping the blades in and pushing through. Nice and relaxed, as you would be at this point in the race. The Brooks crew contesting against the composite crew are out of the picture at the moment. You can't quite see them. They've dropped back, unfortunately for them. But on the left-hand side of your picture, you can see the last race of the day, race number 76, the final heat of the aspirational double sculls unfolding between Twickenham Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and Nottingham University A on the Buckinghamshire station. It'll be the winner of this race that will contest the next round, race number 130 tomorrow, against what's looking like an Agecroft Strathclyde Park composite. And we can see there that it looks to be the Twickenham Rowing Club crew that's had the slightly stronger start as they come into the Regatta enclosure. Just coming past our camera there, looks to be just about a length that they've managed to eke out over Nottingham University. Yeah, fantastic drone shot there. Just showing the bank of the Henley Reach. A little bit emptier than it was earlier on. But as they come past the commentary tower, it is the Twickenham Rowing Club double that has opened up over Nottingham University by about a length and 2/3, I'd suggest. Though I haven't got my measuring tape, so I can't give you precise measurements. But definitely a strong start from Twickenham. A good start from them. The start they'll be happy with. It's all now about finding that balance between putting on a good race and making sure the opposition is secure, but also thinking ahead, thinking to tomorrow's race. How can I minimise my energy expenditure today so that I've got maximum energy to kick into gear tomorrow? We can see there on that fantastic drone shot for the final time today that it is Twickenham Rowing Club leading Nottingham University A crew down into the lower stretch of this race. And we can see there the bows of both of these crews, the Twickenham Rowing Club crew and the Nottingham University A crew, coming down into the last third of the race or so, and it is still the Twickenham Rowing Club crew that is leading. Perhaps getting a little bit cosy with the booms for their liking. They look to have moved out a little bit to correct their course, but that hasn't fazed them. They're still looking very strong, very comfortable as they look to solidify their lead over Nottingham University A crew. We'll wait for this race to conclude and then we'll give you a quick rundown of the results that have been going on over the last half an hour or so, and then we'll be bidding goodbye temporarily until we take a look at the G16 time trials later on this evening. Do be sure to tune in for that. A great showcase of the quality of junior rowing in this country later on at about 6:30. But there we go. A great shot of the Twickenham crew. Looking very relaxed. Very, very relaxed at this stage, as you would be with a pretty substantial lead over Nottingham University A crew. You can just see at the forefront of your screen there the Agecroft Strathclyde Park composite rowing back up to the boat park. This is the crew that the winner of the race we're currently watching will be racing tomorrow in race number 130, a quarterfinal of the aspirational double sculls. And it looks to me at the moment, bar disaster, as there will be crew number 219, Twickenham Rowing Club, that will take up the mantle and challenge a very strong looking Agecroft Strathclyde Park composite. And you can see that despite the rate having dropped down, Twickenham are looking fantastic as they cross the line. Heads down a little, but a very good performance from them, and one that they will be happy with. So we've just had a fairly large block of aspirational double sculls. Let's just take a quick look back over what the last few races has entailed for those crews. The first one was between Nottingham Rowing Club and Walbrook Rowing Club. Walbrook came out on top by about a length. Following them down the course was a battle between Putney Town Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club. It was Marlow by about 3.5 lengths, slightly more comfortable margin there to take the win and progress into tomorrow's quarter-final. Following them down was Greenbank Falmouth versus Nottingham County Rowing Association, and it was Greenbank Falmouth who took the lead by 2 lengths. We're still pending an official result of the Sudbury-Kingston race, but at the moment it looks to be Sudbury Rowing Club who have won by about 3 lengths. They were followed by a battle between Cambridge-based Cantabs and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. Canterbridge came through to win by about a length. Following them down, it was the Goldie crew from Cambridge University that beat Reading Rowing Club by 4 lengths. And in today's penultimate race, Oxford Brookes University were beaten by a very strong Agecroft Rowing Club Strathclyde Park composite by about 3.5 lengths. And in the race we've just watched, it was Twickenham Rowing Club who beat Nottingham University in a verdict of easily as they passed the line. Now, as we said, we'll be back later on with the time trials for the J16 quadruple sculls and Cox 4s, so do stick around for those events. Take the opportunity to refresh your refreshments and prepare yourselves for a fantastic showcase of junior sweeping and sculling to ease yourself into a nice relaxed Friday evening. If you're down at Henley Women's today, I hope you've enjoyed the racing. I certainly have. And if you're tuning in from anywhere else in the world, do make sure that you're joining us again tomorrow and on Sunday as we get further through the rounds of racing, and the racing just becomes more and more tight. We look forward to seeing you then, and in just a few moments for the J16 time trials.